in the opulent salons and hushed ateliers of 1990s Paris, where the very air seemed to shimmer with haute couture and exclusive scents. A different kind of empire was quietly being stitched together. It belonged to Vivienne Dubois, a woman whose name, whispered in the city's most exclusive circles, evoked images of unparalleled elegance and refined taste. Officially, Vivienne was the celebrated creative director of Maison Dubois, a rising star in the world of luxury fashion. Unofficially, she was the silent architect of a vast, meticulously crafted network of high-end counterfeits, a master of illusion who blurred the lines between genuine artistry and ingenious deception. Vivienne had not been born into wealth. She had sculpted her own. A prodigy of design from a modest background, she possessed an uncanny eye for detail, an innate understanding of luxury craftsmanship, and a burning ambition. Her legitimate fashion house initially struggled, caught in the shadow of established brands. It was during a desperate search for cheaper, yet high-quality, materials that she stumbled upon a clandestine network of artisans capable of replicating luxury goods with breathtaking fidelity. What began as a desperate attempt to save her ailing business quickly transformed into a revelation. The true profit lay not in creation, but in near-perfect imitation. Her rise was fueled by an audacious strategy that bypassed crude imitation for sophisticated infiltration. Vivienne didn't flood street markets with cheap knockoffs. She produced what she called replicas of distinction. These were pieces virtually indistinguishable from their authentic counterparts, crafted with original materials sourced from the same suppliers or highly convincing equivalents, and assembled by skilled artisans who had often worked for the very brands they now imitated. Her power struggles were not with rival gangs, but with the very notion of authenticity. She subtly undermined the genuine market by creating a parallel one, where her exclusive private collections offered discerning clients a taste of luxury at a fraction of the cost, often hinting at special access or unreleased lines. Her core criminal strategy was built on an intricate dance of social leverage and quiet subversion. She cultivated relationships with key figures in the fashion industry, boutique owners, influential stylists, wealthy socialites, never revealing her true operation. Instead, she offered them a lucrative side business, a consignment of rare, seemingly legitimate, high-demand items that she claimed to have acquired directly from a private archive. The allure of exclusivity and higher profit margins proved irresistible. Her coercion was subtle, a whisper of a competitor's financial woes, a quietly arranged social slight, or the sudden, inexplicable delay in receiving a highly anticipated seasonal collection. These were not threats, but gentle nudges, ensuring continued cooperation. Money laundering for Vivienne was seamlessly integrated into Maison Dubois. The immense profits from her counterfeit operation flowed directly into the legitimate accounts of her fashion house, disguised as sales from her own legitimate lines. She inflated sales figures for Maison Dubois's genuine products, justifying enormous profits that were in reality a mix of legitimate and illicit income. Furthermore, she invested heavily in high-value, tangible assets, real estate, antique furniture, and a private art collection, which served as both status symbols and convenient vehicles for converting illicit cash into legitimate wealth. She even commissioned her own counterfeit luxury goods through Maison Dubois, declaring them as legitimate sample pieces or archival reproductions, thus providing a paper trail for large expenditures that were, in fact, illicit transactions. For years, Vivienne Dubois reigned supreme, her name synonymous with French elegance, her true endeavors hidden behind a veil of silk and reputation. Her counterfeits were so perfect, so expertly placed, that even the most discerning experts often failed to detect them. The sheer audacity of her operation, combined with her impeccable social standing, made her almost untouchable. The unraveling of Vivienne's empire began. not with a tip-off or a dramatic raid, but with a scientific breakthrough in textile analysis. A team of materials scientists at a prestigious European university developed a new spectroscopic technique capable of identifying minute variations in the molecular structure of fibers and dyes, allowing for unprecedented precision in dating and authenticating luxury fabrics. This technology, initially intended for art restoration and historical preservation, found its way into the hands of a consortium of luxury brands desperate to combat the burgeoning counterfeit market. One particular investigator, a quiet, tenacious textile engineer named Elias, was tasked with applying this new technology. She didn't look for glaring errors. She hunted for anomalies, for the almost imperceptible whispers within the fabric itself. Her breakthrough came with a seemingly perfect Maison du Bois handbag purchased from a high-end boutique. While visually flawless, Elias's new analysis revealed a microscopic inconsistency in the precise ratio of certain polymers in the leather's finish. A deviation so minuscule it was invisible to the naked eye. It was a signature not of forgery, but of a different, highly sophisticated, and subtly distinct production process. Elias's findings were initially met with skepticism. How could Maison du Bois be involved in counterfeiting when they were a brand themselves? But her persistence led her to analyze other Maison du Bois items, then other luxury items that had passed through the same distribution channels. She began to trace a pattern of these microscopic signatures, appearing in goods supposedly from different brands, all flowing through a complex network of boutiques and private sales that subtly converged on Maison du Bois. The authorities didn't swoop in with guns drawn. Instead, they began a quiet, methodical financial audit of Maison du Bois, cross-referencing its declared sales with the new textile analysis data. The disparity between the legitimate sales and the scientifically identified perfect fakes became undeniable. They found an empire built not on brute force, but on the delicate art of deception, a meticulous illusion woven with threads of lies. Vivienne Dubois was apprehended during a tranquil evening fashion show at her Grand Parisian atelier. She stood backstage, calmly adjusting a gown, her expression serene, as plainclothes officers approached. There was no struggle, no dramatic confession, only the quiet realization that her fabric of lies, so intricately spun, had finally been unraveled by the silent, unyielding truth hidden within the very fibers she had so masterfully manipulated. In the shadowy corners of post-war Sicily, far removed from the romanticized image of sun-drenched vineyards, a different kind of power was being quietly consolidated. Salvatore, the architect Messina, was not a man who wielded a gun, nor did he issue direct threats. His influence grew from an unnerving ability to understand and exploit human weakness, to craft intricate schemes of information control and social leverage that made him indispensable to the region's established criminal families. He was, in essence, a master of secrets, a quiet puppeteer whose strings were invisible, woven from fear and obligation. Salvatore's entry into the clandestine world was through the legal system. He began as a junior clerk in a small-town courthouse, meticulously organizing documents and transcribing testimonies. This mundane work provided him with an unparalleled understanding of the mechanisms of justice, and more importantly, the subtle pressure points within individual lives revealed in civil disputes and minor criminal records. He learned that every person, no matter how powerful, possessed a vulnerability, a secret they guarded above all else. His ascent was built upon a unique form of information brokerage. He would identify individuals, small-town officials, businessmen on the cusp of expansion, even rival low-level enforcers who had something to hide. Rather than extort them, he would offer seemingly innocuous services, like discreetly resolving a minor zoning dispute or ensuring a quiet loan for a struggling family business. These favors were always presented as acts of goodwill, but they came with an implicit understanding. Salvatore now possessed a piece of their hidden life. This quiet obligation, rather than overt threat, was his preferred tool. Salvatore's criminal strategy revolved around a sophisticated system of blackmail and soft coercion. He never left a paper trail, nor did he use intermediaries who could be easily traced. Instead, he cultivated a vast network of informers, disgruntled employees, gossiping neighbors, lonely civil servants, who unknowingly fed him a steady stream of intimate details about local figures. He would then use this information to create a climate of pervasive unease. A local mayor might find a seemingly random newspaper article highlighting a distant, embarrassing family connection just before a crucial vote. A businessman might notice a subtle shift in the tone of his bank manager after a quiet word from a third party. The source of the pressure was always untraceable, leaving the target feeling exposed and vulnerable, with no clear enemy to confront. Power struggles within the various factions of organized crime were deftly navigated by Salvatore. He never sided openly. Instead, he would subtly feed compromising information to one side about the other, exacerbating existing tensions, creating distrust, and ensuring that rivalries consumed themselves. His true power lay in his position as the ultimate arbiter, the one who possessed the hidden truths that could tip the scales. When a dispute became particularly volatile, it was often Salvatore, through an unseen intermediary, who would offer a solution, a carefully crafted compromise that always, in some subtle way, expanded his own network of influence. Money laundering for Salvatore was a quiet art form, deeply integrated into the fabric of local commerce. He didn't establish grand front businesses. He invested in, and implicitly controlled, dozens of small, vital community services. Laundromats, bakeries, travel agencies, and even a mortuary. The illicit proceeds from his various operations, payments for discreet services, consulting fees for resolving unspoken issues, or donations from intimidated businesses, were cycled through these small establishments. A laundromat, for instance, would consistently report slightly higher customer numbers and detergent sales than physically possible, the small incremental differences absorbing the illicit cash. The sheer volume of petty, legitimate transactions made it virtually impossible to track the laundered funds without an unprecedented level of detailed scrutiny. For over 3 decades, Salvatore Messina's influence grew, unseen yet omnipresent. He was the whisper behind closed doors, the unspoken authority that ensured deals were struck and silence was kept. He was an enigma, a man who built an empire on the fragility of human reputation, his power as intangible as the wind. The unraveling of Salvatore's reign began with a generational shift in law enforcement. A new, young prosecutor from Rome, Isabella Rossi, arrived in Sicily armed not with traditional investigative methods, but with a background in psychology and advanced data analytics. She was less interested in tracing money directly and more interested in identifying patterns of unusual compliance and unexplained silence within the region. Isabella's breakthrough came when she focused on the common thread: the sudden, unanimous cooperation of disparate individuals, often after a period of unexplained hesitation. She developed a complex algorithm to analyze public records, social media patterns, as they emerged in the early 2000s, and even local gossip forums, looking for anomalies in behavior or communication that preceded these cooperative outcomes. She wasn't looking for explicit threats, but for the statistical probability of a network of quiet influence. Her analysis began to point to a common, yet untraceable factor: a sudden, shared shift in public perception or legal stance that seemed to emanate from no obvious source. She discovered that a surprising number of these cooperative individuals had, at some point, had a minor, often forgotten personal or legal issue that had been quietly resolved years prior. This led her team to re-examine all archived minor legal cases, looking for connections to those who had suddenly become compliant. They found dozens of instances where a subtle but critical piece of information about an individual's personal life had appeared in an obscure, non-public document, only to vanish or be subtly altered after Salvatore's quiet intervention. The very meticulousness with which Salvatore had archived his secrets in various court and public records, believing them too obscure to be connected, became his undoing. When the warrants were finally issued, they were for information gathering, not arrests. They raided small businesses, not for cash, but for financial records that, while legitimate on the surface, revealed a consistent pattern of absorbing unaccounted funds. Salvatore Messina was found in his modest home, poring over old newspaper clippings, his world of carefully constructed shadows illuminated by the sudden glare of investigation. There was no dramatic pursuit, no desperate struggle, only the quiet closing of the book on a life spent in the margins, brought down by the very secrets he had so diligently collected and the relentless curiosity of a new generation determined to break the pervasive silence. Isabella Rossi inherited more than just her father's grand villa overlooking the Bay of Naples. She inherited his empire. It was the late 1970s, and Don Alessandro Rossi, a man whose quiet influence permeated every corner of the city, had passed on. Isabella, educated abroad, sophisticated and shrewd, understood the volatile nature of the legacy she now held. Her father's business was a complex tapestry of legitimate enterprises, import-export, hospitality, construction, interwoven with less savory strands, protection rackets, discreet information brokering, and the silent manipulation of local politics. Isabella knew that if the Rossi family were to survive, it had to shed its shadows and embrace the light of genuine legitimacy. Her first acts as the new head were decisive, if quietly executed. She systematically began to divest from the most overt illicit activities. The protection rackets, once a steady source of income, were slowly dismantled, replaced with legitimate security consultancy firms. The clandestine smuggling routes her father had so carefully cultivated were either abandoned or repurposed for legitimate cargo. Isabella poured capital into legitimate real estate ventures, acquiring prime properties and investing in new developments. Her vision was clear: transform the Rossi name from one whispered with fear into one spoken with respect in the boardrooms of Europe. This radical shift, however, created immediate friction. Many of her father's old associates, accustomed to easy money and swift justice, resented Isabella's methodical, almost academic approach. They saw it as weakness, a betrayal of the very principles that had built their power. Among the most resistant was Marco Vitrano, a man who had served as Don Alessandro's trusted consigliere for decades. Marco, with his weathered face and eyes that had seen too much, believed Isabella was naive. While outwardly compliant, he quietly maintained some of the old operations, siphoning off funds for his own pocket and subtly undermining Isabella's efforts. He held onto a hidden trove of blackmail materials, compromising photographs, recorded conversations, and incriminating documents that her father had meticulously collected over the years. Marco used these to maintain a quiet, unseen leverage over influential figures, ensuring their cooperation not through Isabella's reasoned appeals, but through the lingering fear of exposure. He felt he was preserving the family's true power, even as Isabella worked tirelessly to dismantle it. As Isabella pushed harder for legitimate partnerships, the specter of the past began to manifest. A major German investment firm, poised to back one of her largest construction projects, mysteriously pulled out at the last moment, citing unforeseen complications. A tenacious investigative journalist, digging into municipal land deals, started asking uncomfortable questions about a valuable waterfront property the Rossi family had acquired decades ago under questionable circumstances. Isabella suspected Marco's subtle sabotage, but she had no concrete proof. His actions were always deniable, his loyalty outwardly impeccable. The pressure on Isabella mounted. She was caught between the suffocating grip of her inheritance and the slow, quiet resistance of those who clung to the old ways. Marco, sensing Isabella's growing suspicion and fearing his own diminishing influence, made a desperate, calculated move. He recognized that Isabella was too careful, too legitimate, to be caught in any current illicit activity. So he turned to the past. He anonymously forwarded a single, cryptic document to an obscure, tenacious detective named Inspector Moretti, who had spent years fruitlessly attempting to build a case against Don Alessandro Rossi. The document was a copy of a barely legible, handwritten note from a long-dead mayor, detailing a private, unrecorded land transaction that had benefited the Rossi family decades earlier. It seemed insignificant, a mere historical footnote. What Marco didn't know was that Inspector Moretti had painstakingly collected every scrap of information related to the Rossi family for years, creating a vast, cross-referenced archive. This new, seemingly trivial document was the missing piece of a much larger, almost forgotten puzzle. It linked the waterfront property acquisition not just to a mayor's corruption, but to a hidden network of offshore accounts and shell companies that Don Alessandro had used to funnel illicit gains. Accounts Isabella herself was entirely unaware of. Moretti, with the quiet persistence of a bloodhound, followed this new thread. He wasn't looking for current crimes, but the indelible ink of past financial misdeeds, meticulously documented in her father's own secret ledgers, which Marco subtly guided the authorities towards through additional anonymous tips. The end for Isabella Rossi's empire came not with a bang, but with a quiet, devastating whimper. Federal agents, armed with a mountain of financial data unearthed from archives Isabella never knew existed, descended not on her current, legitimate businesses, but on the very foundations of her family's accumulated wealth. Asset freezes, forensic audits, and a cascade of legal actions targeted the properties and funds acquired through her father's long-forgotten schemes. Isabella, caught in the intricate historical web spun by her predecessor and unraveled by a quiet act of treachery, watched as the legitimate empire she had painstakingly built crumbled under the weight of its own shadowed past. The quiet pursuit of old sins, meticulously preserved and then weaponized, proved to be the undoing of a legacy she had tried so desperately to cleanse. In the humid, bustling port city of New Orleans in the early 1980s, where the Mississippi River flowed with commerce and secrets, Elias the Navigator Thorne held sway. He was not a man of the docks, shouting orders or making public displays of power. Instead, Elias operated from a quiet, unassuming office overlooking the vast shipping yards, a man meticulously dressed, with an encyclopedic knowledge of tariffs, routes, and freight capacities. His empire was built not on muscle, but on the invisible networks of logistics, the precise timing of shipments, and the quiet manipulation of the colossal flow of goods that passed through the city. Elias's ascent began humbly. He started as a dispatch manager for a small, struggling trucking company. He quickly realized that the real power in the industry lay not in owning the most trucks, but in controlling the information flow, knowing which docks had bottlenecks, which customs officials were diligent, and which routes were least scrutinized. He developed an uncanny ability to make shipments disappear from one manifest and reappear on another, bypassing regulations, taxes, and often inspection. He understood that in the world of global commerce, opacity was a valuable currency. His primary strategy revolved around offering expedited services. For a significant premium, businesses facing critical deadlines or unusually difficult imports would find their cargo magically clearing customs ahead of schedule, their trucks always avoiding inspection checkpoints, and their deliveries arriving with unprecedented efficiency. This wasn't achieved through overt bribery, but through a sophisticated network of incentivized dock workers, underpaid customs clerks, and quiet partnerships with seemingly legitimate brokers who would subtly misfile paperwork or reroute containers through less monitored channels. The coercion was implicit. If you didn't use Elias's services for sensitive goods, your legitimate shipments might face inexplicable delays, lost paperwork, or crippling fines. Racketeering in Elias's world took the form of controlling access. If a competing logistics firm tried to secure a major contract, their trucks might suddenly face chronic mechanical failures, their drivers might mysteriously fall ill, or their critical permits might be endlessly delayed by bureaucratic snags. Elias never had to make a threat. The problem simply happened, and then, after the rival company lost the bid, his own firms would invariably step in, offering their reliable services. He held a quiet monopoly on efficiency, achieved through controlled chaos. His true genius, however, was in money laundering. Elias had quietly acquired a sprawling network of seemingly legitimate businesses: a large warehousing and storage company, a truck repair and maintenance firm, and even a chain of roadside diners that catered to long-haul truckers. These businesses provided the perfect cover. Illicit profits from smuggling high-value goods, everything from untaxed luxury items to, increasingly, narcotics, were funneled through inflated invoices for repairs or storage fees. Phantom shipments would generate revenue, and cash from the diners would be mixed with the legitimate income. He utilized a complex web of shell corporations registered in Delaware and offshore in the Caribbean, all managed by a quiet, meticulous accountant who specialized in making large sums of money look like the modest, organic growth of small businesses. The sheer volume and complexity of the intertwined financial flows made it nearly impossible for casual scrutiny to detect the illicit core. Elias rarely appeared in public, preferring the solitude of his office, surrounded by maps, shipping schedules, and financial ledgers. His power was in the unseen, the meticulous planning that ensured the smooth, quiet flow of his enterprise. He was a ghost in the machine of commerce, his influence felt but rarely seen. The unraveling of Elias's meticulously constructed edifice began not with a violent raid, but with the quiet, persistent curiosity of a former military intelligence analyst, Cassandra Cass Riley, who had recently joined the Port Authority's Internal Audit Division. Cass was a specialist in anomaly detection, trained to find patterns where none seemed to exist. She was initially assigned to review fuel consumption logs for all companies operating within the port, a task most considered tedious and unnecessary. Cass didn't find outright fraud at first. Instead, she noticed an unusual pattern in the fuel efficiency and mileage reports submitted by Elias Thorne's primary trucking company. Their trucks, particularly on certain routes, consistently reported mileage and fuel consumption that defied industry averages, suggesting either impossible efficiency or vastly understated cargo weights. It was a subtle statistical anomaly, a whisper in the data, but it caught Cass's attention. She started cross-referencing these logs with shipping manifests, customs declarations, and actual GPS data, a relatively new technology being trialed. The moment it truly began to unravel was when Cass discovered that a significant number of Elias's expedited shipments had customs declarations that consistently undervalued their contents, or listed innocuous items like textiles, when the truck's weight suggested something far heavier. She also found recurring, small discrepancies in the empty weight of containers upon return, tiny differences that, when aggregated over thousands of shipments, pointed to material that had simply vanished without a trace, only to be replaced by something else on the return leg. This suggested a sophisticated, systemic scheme of swapping cargo after initial customs checks. Cass presented her findings to a reluctant federal prosecutor, detailing a pattern of pervasive and statistically improbable logistical efficiency and financial discrepancies, not a single isolated crime. She showed how Elias Thorne's network had systematically defrauded customs, laundered vast sums, and engaged in widespread racketeering by controlling the flow of goods through the city's critical infrastructure. The evidence was not in intercepted calls or surveillance photos, but in the cold, hard numbers of shipping manifests, fuel logs, and bank statements, all meticulously cross-referenced. Elias Thorne was eventually indicted on dozens of counts of customs fraud, massive money laundering, and operating a continuing criminal enterprise. His arrest was quiet, taking place in his meticulously organized office. He offered no resistance, only a faint, almost imperceptible sigh, as if acknowledging that the intricate, silent dance of numbers he had orchestrated had finally, and quietly, betrayed him. His empire, built on the unseen flows of goods and the quiet manipulation of logistics, collapsed not with a violent confrontation, but with the relentless, patient precision of an analyst who understood that sometimes the most profound irregularities are hidden not in chaos, but in patterns that are simply too perfect. In the divided, rebuilding city of West Berlin in the mid-1950s, a landscape scarred by war yet humming with a fervent desire for renewal, a man named Klaus Richtor wielded a unique and chilling power. Klaus was not a figure of the criminal underworld in the traditional sense. He had no armed enforcers, no visible territory, and never uttered a direct threat. Instead, he operated from the quiet, almost invisible nexus of bureaucracy, permits, and supply chains that dictated the city's frantic reconstruction. His empire was built on the meticulous control of information, the subtle manipulation of official processes, and the quiet coercion born from desperation and opportunity. Klaus's ascent began modestly within the labyrinthine corridors of the city's building permit office. He was an unremarkable clerk, efficient but quiet, with an almost uncanny memory for regulations, loopholes, and the personal details of those who sought approval. He quickly recognized that in a city starved for materials and desperate for housing, controlling the flow of permits and the allocation of scarce resources was far more potent than any stolen goods. He started by offering expedited processing for a small, unofficial fee, ensuring that certain applications navigated the bureaucratic maze with unusual speed, while others inexplicably stalled. His primary strategy revolved around creating controlled bottlenecks. He understood the city's most critical needs: steel for new high-rises, cement for foundations, lumber for homes, and subtly diverted supplies, creating artificial shortages. Then, his network of seemingly legitimate consultancy firms would appear, offering to source these impossible-to-find materials at inflated prices, along with the necessary permits for their use. Businesses, facing crippling delays and financial ruin, had little choice but to pay. The coercion was never explicit. It was simply the unbearable reality that without Klaus's quiet intervention, their projects would grind to a halt. Racketeering under Klaus's subtle hand took the form of controlling who built what and where. He held sway over which construction companies received the most lucrative government contracts for rebuilding apartments or infrastructure. Competing firms would find their bids mysteriously disqualified, their financial backing suddenly withdrawn by concerned banks, or their vital labor force plagued by sudden, unauthorized strikes. Conversely, companies aligned with Klaus found their path cleared, their paperwork flawless, and their material deliveries always on time. He created a pervasive atmosphere where success in the booming reconstruction market seemed inextricably linked to his unspoken approval. Money laundering for Klaus was an extension of his bureaucratic mastery. He invested heavily in legitimate real estate development, using his controlled construction firms to build new apartment blocks and commercial spaces. The illicit proceeds from his consultancy fees and material diversions were funneled through inflated invoices for construction services, disguised as legitimate costs. He also acquired several small import-export businesses, using them to purchase non-existent goods from shell companies in Switzerland and Luxembourg, then selling them at a loss, thus cleaning the original illicit funds. The profits from his legitimate property rentals were then seamlessly mixed with the laundered funds, creating a veneer of undeniable prosperity that auditors found difficult to penetrate, especially given the chaotic financial environment of post-war Berlin. Klaus rarely appeared in public forums, preferring to operate from the shadows, pulling strings through intermediaries. His power was in the unseen. He was the ghost in the machine of Berlin's rebirth. His influence felt in every brick laid, every permit granted, and every development that quietly shaped the city. The unraveling of Klaus's meticulously constructed edifice began not with a grand police raid, but with the quiet, persistent curiosity of a young, idealistic city auditor named Greta Fischer. Greta had been assigned to a special task force aimed at streamlining the permit approval process and eliminating inefficiencies. She quickly noticed that certain types of applications, despite their complexity, were approved with astonishing speed, while simpler ones languished for months. More puzzlingly, she saw a pattern in the allocation of scarce, high-value building materials, always flowing to the same seemingly unconnected group of construction firms. Greta didn't suspect a grand criminal conspiracy at first. She simply suspected gross inefficiency or favoritism. But as she delved deeper into the paper trail, meticulously cross-referencing permits with material allocation logs and financial reports, she started to see a disturbing, intricate web. She found that the fast-tracked permits and priority material allocations consistently benefited companies that had recently received consultancy services from the same obscure, small firms whose official directors seemed to have no real industry experience. The true moment of unraveling arrived when Greta, after months of painstaking analysis, discovered a series of unusually large, anonymous donations made to several seemingly legitimate local charities and reconstruction funds. Tracing these donations through various bank accounts and shell corporations, she eventually uncovered a hidden link to a specific Swiss holding company, which in turn was tied to Klaus Richtor's legitimate property development ventures in West Berlin. More critically, she found a series of highly encrypted, coded messages stored on an old telex machine in one of Klaus's consultancy offices, detailing the exact fees paid for expedited permits and material access, along with records of the subtle bureaucratic obstacles he had. Greta presented her findings to the federal prosecutor, outlining not a case of violent crime, but one of systemic fraud, widespread racketeering, and sophisticated money laundering that had siphoned off immense resources from Berlin's reconstruction. Her evidence was not in intercepted calls or surveillance photos, but in the cold, hard numbers of financial ledgers, permit logs, and a meticulously reconstructed paper trail that exposed the quiet, pervasive control Klaus had exerted. Klaus Richtor was eventually indicted on dozens of counts of fraud, racketeering, and conspiracy to commit money laundering. His arrest was quiet, taking place in his unostentatious office, where he was found calmly reviewing city planning documents. He offered no resistance, only a faint, almost imperceptible sigh, as if acknowledging that the intricate, silent dance of bureaucracy he had orchestrated had finally, and quietly, betrayed him. His empire, built on the unseen levers of official processes and the quiet manipulation of resources, collapsed not with a public spectacle, but with the relentless, patient precision of an auditor who understood that sometimes the most dangerous criminals are the ones hidden in plain sight within the very fabric of the system. In the fog-shrouded port of Glasgow in the late 1960s, where the skeletal cranes loomed over the Clyde and the salt tang of the sea mingled with the metallic tang of industry, Hamish the Whisper MacLeod was an almost mythical figure. He was rarely seen, never directly implicated, yet his influence was as palpable as the damp chill in the air. Hamish was not a man of direct action. His power lay in the intricate web of debt, fear, and quiet coercion he wove among the city's stevedores, shipping clerks, and even local law enforcement. His empire was built on the silent flow of pilfered goods, the pervasive control of the docks, and the artful manipulation of information. Hamish's ascendancy began not with violence, but with a deep understanding of the dock system's vulnerabilities. He started as a simple longshoreman, but possessed an uncanny knack for organization and an almost photographic memory for cargo manifests. He quickly realized that the sheer volume of goods moving through the port created countless opportunities for small, untraceable pilfering. He began by organizing the strategic misplacement of crates, making small, high-value items, whiskey, electronics, luxury textiles, disappear from official logs only to reappear through quiet channels. His primary criminal strategy was one of systemic leakage. Instead of demanding a cut of legitimate businesses, he made it impossible for them to operate efficiently without his assistance. Shipments would be inexplicably delayed, valuable cargo would be damaged accidentally, or essential equipment would suddenly malfunction. Then, a quiet intermediary would appear, offering solutions, a faster offload, secure storage, or a guarantee against future mishaps. This service came at a steep, unwritten price, and businesses quickly learned that paying it was far less costly than enduring the unexplained misfortunes. The coercion was subtle, a pervasive atmosphere of bad luck that only Hamish could dispel. Racketeering, under Hamish's subtle hand, manifested as control over labor. He quietly infiltrated the local dock unions, not by becoming a visible leader, but by ensuring that key shop stewards and union officials owed him favors or feared the subtle consequences of defiance. This allowed him to orchestrate wildcat strikes that crippled rivals, or ensure that his preferred companies received priority for unloading and loading, effectively bottlenecking the entire port unless his terms were met. His power was in the unseen hand that pulled the strings of industrial relations. Money laundering for Hamish was a masterpiece of integration. He acquired a number of seemingly legitimate businesses that relied heavily on international trade. A chain of small electronics shops, a discreet clothing boutique, and several pubs that catered to sailors and dock workers. These businesses served as perfect outlets for the stolen goods, which were sold at retail prices, effectively cleaning the illicit profits. Cash from these sales was then funneled through inflated invoices for stock purchases from shell companies in offshore havens like the Isle of Man. He also invested heavily in commercial real estate around the docks, buying up warehouses and small office blocks, which were then rented to his own front companies, generating legitimate-looking income that masked the true source of his wealth. The financial trails were convoluted, designed to appear as the natural, if somewhat chaotic, movements of a diverse portfolio. Hamish's greatest asset was his elusive nature. He had no permanent address that law enforcement could easily pinpoint, operating from a network of safe houses and quiet meeting spots. He communicated largely through trusted couriers and coded messages, rarely using phones that could be tapped. He was the ghost in the machinery of Glasgow's port, his influence undeniable, yet his presence ephemeral. The unraveling of Hamish's shadowy empire began not with a grand police operation, but with the quiet dedication of a young, observant Scottish customs investigator named Fiona Grant. Fiona had spent years sifting through endless shipping manifests, feeling that something was fundamentally amiss in the port. She noticed that certain types of high-value cargo electronics, designer clothing, high-end spirits had an unusually high loss rate, yet never seemed to generate the kind of official inquiries that such losses should warrant. Fiona didn't target individual thieves. She targeted patterns of disappearance and reappearance. She started cross-referencing manifests with insurance claims, and then, more importantly, with the inventory of various small, independent retail shops around the city. She noticed a peculiar correlation. Shops with unusually low purchasing costs from legitimate suppliers often seemed to have a surprisingly robust inventory of the very items that were lost at the docks. She also tracked the subtle, recurring delays experienced by specific shipping lines that refused to pay for expedited services. The true moment of unraveling arrived when Fiona, after months of painstaking analysis, identified a distinct pattern of small, high-value discrepancies in the weight and number of items declared on manifests versus what actually passed through initial customs checks for specific cargo containers. These tiny discrepancies, individually insignificant, collectively pointed to a massive, systemic siphoning of goods. More critically, she discovered that the lost items consistently ended up in a specific network of retail shops and pubs, all subtly linked back to a series of seemingly unrelated, small-time investors, one of whom, a seemingly innocuous elderly woman, was the last known relative of Hamish MacLeod. Fiona presented her findings to a reluctant but ultimately convinced senior customs official, outlining not a case of violent crime, but a sophisticated, pervasive scheme of cargo theft, customs fraud, and money laundering, all orchestrated by an unseen hand. Her evidence wasn't about bullets. It was about the silent, systematic pilfering that amounted to millions and the intricate financial web that cleaned the proceeds. Hamish MacLeod was eventually indicted, not on charges of murder or drug running, but for extensive fraud, systematic theft, and money laundering. His arrest was as quiet as his operations. He was apprehended in a small, unassuming flat on the outskirts of Glasgow, surrounded by ledgers and shipping schedules, still meticulously tracking the movements of the port. He offered no resistance, only a faint, knowing smile, as if the game had simply reached its inevitable conclusion. His empire, built on the unseen flow of goods and the quiet manipulation of the docks, finally unraveled not with a public spectacle, but with the relentless, patient precision of an investigator who understood that sometimes the most dangerous criminals are the ones you never see until the numbers quietly expose them. In the post-war reconstruction of 1960s Vienna, a city still haunted by its past but determined to rebuild its future, a man named Victor Krumm operated in the unseen currents beneath the elegant surface. Victor was not a man of overt threats or street-level enforcers. His power resided in the delicate art of information and the quiet leverage of human weakness. He was the city's preeminent shadow broker, a master of blackmail and subtle coercion, building an empire not on violence, but on the whispered secrets of the powerful and the vulnerable. Victor's beginnings were unremarkable. A former mid-level clerk in a government office with an uncanny knack for remembering details and a quiet, observant nature. He quickly realized that in a city striving for normalcy, many prominent figures carried hidden scars and illicit dealings from the war years, or simply engaged in indiscretions they wished to keep buried. He started small, acquiring compromising letters, photographic negatives, or financial ledgers that accidentally fell into his hands. His early transactions were mere favors, where he would offer to return sensitive material in exchange for a future consideration. A permit granted, a contract awarded, a blind eye turned. His method was refined over years. He never threatened directly. Instead, a finely dressed associate would arrive, presenting a carefully selected piece of evidence, a faded photograph, a coded message, a bank statement from an unexpected account. The implications were always clear without a single word of explicit threat. The recipient understood the damage this information could inflict on their reputation, career, or family. The price was never cash in a briefcase. It was always a service. A zoning variance approved, a competitor's bid mysteriously misplaced, or a key piece of legislation quietly shelved. It was a sophisticated form of control, where the victim felt they were making a choice, albeit one dictated by fear. Victor's empire grew through an intricate network of seemingly legitimate fronts. He owned a respectable antique shop, a high-end tailor, and held shares in several private detective agencies. These businesses served as perfect conduits for gathering intelligence, from listening to hushed conversations over fittings to discreetly following targets. His operatives were not thugs but impeccably dressed individuals, often with backgrounds in law, finance, or even journalism, who understood the nuances of persuasion and information gathering. Money laundering for Victor was less about cleaning vast sums of cash and more about legitimizing the proceeds of his services. The favors he received from politicians and businessmen translated into tangible assets. The zoning variants allowed him to buy prime real estate cheaply and flip it for enormous profit. The suppressed competitor's bid meant his favored client won a lucrative government contract, a portion of which would then flow back to Victor through consultancy fees or shell companies. His wealth was built not on overt criminal enterprises but on the silent, systemic corruption he orchestrated, making him incredibly difficult to trace. The sheer breadth of his information network was staggering. Victor had a file on almost everyone of consequence in Vienna: politicians, industrialists, judges, even prominent figures in the arts. These dossiers were meticulously updated, stored in secure, hidden locations, and cross-referenced with an almost academic rigor. He understood that knowledge truly was power, and his power was absolute in its quiet reach. The unraveling of Victor's clandestine world began not with an investigation into his criminal activities, but with a series of unrelated disappearances. Several minor city officials, known for their upright conduct, vanished without a trace after seemingly innocuous meetings. There was no foul play evident, no bodies, just a sudden, inexplicable void. A young, tenacious police inspector named Klaus Richtor, working outside the usual channels, noticed a subtle pattern. Each vanished person had recently made an unusual decision or approved a peculiar project that seemed to benefit a specific, obscure holding company. Klaus, initially skeptical of any grand conspiracy, started looking for connections between these seemingly random events and the holding company. He found that the holding company's official director was a man with no discernible background, but its registered legal address was a small, quiet law firm known for its discretion. He also noted that the last known contacts of the missing individuals all pointed back to the same general vicinity, the affluent districts where Victor Krumm's seemingly legitimate businesses operated. The true moment of unraveling occurred when Klaus, after painstakingly tracing the ownership of the holding company through multiple layers of shell corporations, discovered a hidden link to the antique shop owned by Victor Krumm. More crucially, he found that a particular, rare type of paper used for official city documents had been subtly altered or lost in specific instances where the vanished officials had made their contentious decisions. This small, almost invisible detail suggested not just corruption, but a methodical, almost surgical manipulation of official processes. Klaus didn't have enough to prove blackmail or coercion, but he had enough to show a pervasive pattern of influence and potential fraud. He orchestrated a series of quiet, simultaneous search warrants on Victor's various legitimate businesses and his private residence. They didn't find weapons or large caches of cash. What they found, in a hidden room behind a false wall in his antique shop, was an archive. Hundreds of meticulously organized files, each containing compromising photographs, letters, financial records, and detailed notes on the weaknesses and secrets of Vienna's most influential citizens. Victor Krumm was arrested, not amidst a hail of gunfire, but in the quiet, hushed silence of his meticulously organized archive. He was charged with extortion, fraud, and obstruction of justice, the evidence stemming directly from his own fastidious record-keeping. His empire, built on the invisible threads of secrets and the quiet manipulation of fear, collapsed not due to an act of violence, but from the relentless, patient pursuit of a dedicated inspector who understood that sometimes the most dangerous crimes leave no physical trace, only a chilling absence. In the bustling underbelly of 1970s New York, Where most criminal empires were built on the raw spectacle of violence and the loud roar of intimidation, Carmine DeLuca operated differently. He was known as the Quiet, a man rarely seen in public, whose power emanated not from a gun barrel but from the intricate web of numbers and legitimate-looking enterprises he meticulously wove. Carmine's empire wasn't carved out by bloody turf wars but by the insidious creep of financial control and the subtle leverage of information. He understood that true power lay not in force, but in making people believe they had no other choice. Carmine's rise began modestly, taking over his uncle's small, struggling construction outfit. Under his quiet guidance, it didn't just survive, it blossomed. He discovered early that a handshake and a well-placed whisper could achieve far more than a clenched fist. He offered what he called solutions to local businesses: unbreakable union contracts, guaranteed waste removal services, expedited permits, all at a premium, of course. These services, while seemingly legitimate, were subtly underpinned by the unspoken understanding that refusal meant a sudden, inexplicable rash of problems. Permits stalled indefinitely, unions striking at critical junctures, or unexpected inspections. It was a soft coercion, the kind that left no bruises, only the slow bleed of profits. His true genius, however, lay in money laundering. Carmine saw the piles of illicit cash not as a burden to hide, but as raw material for further empire building. He invested heavily in real estate, buying up distressed properties, renovating them with his controlled construction companies, and then flipping them or holding them as seemingly legitimate assets. He set up a complex network of shell corporations, offshore accounts in the Cayman Islands, and front businesses, from import-export firms to a chain of laundromats, that shuffled money like a magician shuffles cards, making it vanish and reappear cleansed and legitimate. The sheer volume and complexity of the transactions often overwhelmed even the most diligent auditors, who typically focused on more overt criminal activities. Carmine rarely needed to resort to direct threats because his reach felt omnipresent. His network of informants wasn't just in the street. It extended into City Hall, local banks, and even the offices of struggling businesses. He often knew about a company's financial woes or a politician's secret dealings long before anyone else. This allowed him to approach individuals with seemingly innocuous offers of help, turning potential adversaries into unwitting cogs in his elaborate machine. His lieutenants, men like Sal the Calculator Rizzo, handled the street-level enforcement, ensuring Carmine's directives were followed without question, though even Sal understood that Carmine's real power was in the ledgers, not the muscle. The unraveling of Carmine's empire began not with a dramatic raid, but with a seemingly routine audit of a mid-sized dry-cleaning chain, one of his many laundered fronts. A diligent, relatively new IRS agent named Eleanor Vance, with a background in financial forensics, noticed an anomaly. The chain's reported profits consistently defied industry averages, especially in districts where other businesses struggled. It wasn't a single large red flag, but 1,000 tiny threads, each slightly out of place. She started pulling. Eleanor didn't pursue the dry cleaners directly. Instead, she followed the money, meticulously tracing small, frequent transfers, unusual loans, and recurring payments to seemingly unrelated businesses. She spent months, sometimes late into the night, mapping out the convoluted ownership structures of Carmine's real estate holdings, identifying the same pattern of shell corporations linked by obscure directors or shared legal addresses. Her approach was methodical, patient, and utterly devoid of the dramatic flair typically associated with bringing down crime bosses. The key to Carmine's undoing wasn't a snitch's testimony, but the testimony of the numbers themselves. Eleanor built a case brick by brick, demonstrating how hundreds of millions of dollars moved in a choreographed dance designed to obscure their origins. She presented her findings to a reluctant federal prosecutor, who initially saw no obvious ties to violent crime. But Eleanor showed how the legitimate profits were far too high. the expenses too low, and the ownership structures too labyrinthine to be anything but a colossal money laundering operation. The moment it truly unraveled was when a federal judge, presented with Eleanor's overwhelming financial evidence, authorized the freezing of Carmine's assets. Hundreds of millions in real estate, business holdings, and bank accounts. Without the flow of capital, his carefully constructed edifice began to crumble. The legitimate businesses he controlled faltered, unable to meet payroll or pay suppliers. The favors he offered could no longer be financed. The silent coercion lost its sting when the financial incentives evaporated. Carmine DeLuca was eventually indicted, not on charges of murder or violent racketeering, but on dozens of counts of tax evasion, wire fraud, and conspiracy to launder money. His arrest was quiet, without a single shot fired or a public spectacle. He was found in his lavish but understated penthouse, calmly reviewing financial statements. The empire that had been built on quiet machinations and subtle control collapsed just as silently, brought down not by bullets, but by the relentless, patient work of a woman who understood the silent language of numbers better than Carmine himself. In the neon glow and whispered promises of 1980s Atlantic City, where the grand casinos cast long shadows over the boardwalk, Arthur the Artisan Finch operated in a realm far more exclusive and insidious than the flashing slot machines. Arthur wasn't a casino owner, nor was he a street enforcer. He was a quiet, almost reclusive figure, a master of numbers and human psychology, who ran the city's most profitable high-stakes private gambling network. His empire was built on the meticulous calculation of odds, the subtle manipulation of information, and the absolute discretion of his clientele. Arthur's rise began not in backrooms, but in the hushed elegance of private suites, first in Las Vegas, then migrating east. He observed the legitimate casino world and found its flaws. While casinos relied on house edge and the allure of chance, Arthur specialized in maximizing his advantage through a blend of sophisticated card-counting teams, carefully cultivated inside information on fixed sporting events, and, most subtly, psychological profiling of high-roller players. His games were invitation-only, held in opulent, soundproofed penthouses or on private yachts, drawing a clientele of wealthy businessmen, minor celebrities, and even a few legitimate casino executives looking for a different kind of thrill. His genius lay in his discretion. Unlike the loud, flashy bookmakers, Arthur conducted his business almost entirely through coded messages, secure phone lines, and trusted intermediaries. Payments were never in large cash bundles. Instead, they moved through intricate offshore bank accounts, disguised as investments in art, real estate, or even legitimate financial services firms that Arthur secretly controlled. He employed a team of sharp, unassuming individuals. A former high-end hotel concierge who knew the habits of the wealthy, a quiet computer programmer who managed the encryption and data, and a few seemingly innocuous fixers who ensured that any minor disputes were resolved with a polite but firm finality. Racketeering for Arthur wasn't about shaking down small businesses. It was about influencing the games themselves, subtly shifting odds, or ensuring certain outcomes. He might quietly finance a struggling sports team owner, then leverage that debt for information on player injuries or internal team dynamics, feeding that knowledge to his high-stakes bettors. Or he might acquire a stake in a minor sporting event, ensuring the referee or certain players were incentivized to perform in a predictable manner. It was a form of soft coercion, where the victims were often unaware they were being manipulated, or felt they were simply accepting a generous offer. His money laundering operations were masterpieces of financial obfuscation. He owned a seemingly legitimate chain of high-end pawn shops and art galleries, where illicit winnings could be invested in valuable assets, then resold, leaving a clean paper trail. He also had a network of shell businesses, ostensibly consulting firms or real estate agencies, that facilitated large, seemingly legitimate transactions, burying the true source of his wealth deep within layers of complex corporate structures. The financial flows were so intricately woven that they appeared, on the surface, to be the natural ebb and flow of successful, albeit private, investments. The unraveling of Arthur's meticulously constructed world began not with an external investigation, but with an internal discord, a quiet crack in the facade of loyalty. His most trusted fixer, a man named Leo, had been with him since the early Vegas days. Leo was a man of few words, incredibly efficient, and seemingly devoted. However, Leo harbored a simmering resentment, a feeling that his decades of unwavering service were not adequately recognized, or that Arthur had grown too complacent, too insulated from the ground-level risks. This resentment was a slow burn, fanned by personal financial struggles that Arthur, in his insulated world, failed to notice. The true moment of unraveling arrived when Leo, facing a mounting personal debt and a sense of profound disillusionment, began to feed small, anonymous tips to a persistent, relatively junior FBI agent in the Atlantic City field office named Sarah Chun. Sarah had been tracking whispers of an unusually sophisticated gambling operation for months, but all leads had consistently hit dead ends. Leo didn't directly betray Arthur initially. He simply provided subtle hints, the unusual pattern of certain private jet flights, the specific code names used in encrypted communications, or the seemingly innocuous addresses of shell companies, each a piece of a puzzle that Sarah had previously been unable to connect. Sarah, a specialist in financial crimes, wasn't looking for street gamblers. She was looking for patterns in wealth and communication that didn't fit. Leo's crumbs allowed her to start piecing together the financial labyrinth. She noticed unusual, large transfers between a seemingly legitimate art gallery and a small offshore bank, then linking those funds to private jet charter companies that Arthur frequently used. The data, cross-referenced over months, painted a picture of a vast illicit wealth network. The final, quiet blow came when Leo, pushed to the brink, provided Sarah with the decryption key for Arthur's secure communication network, along with detailed records of the financial transfers and hidden accounts. It wasn't a dramatic confession, but a series of quiet, anonymous data drops. Armed with this overwhelming evidence, the FBI and IRS conducted a coordinated, meticulously planned series of quiet arrests and asset seizures. There were no shootouts, no chases down the boardwalk. Arthur Finch was apprehended in his penthouse, reviewing financial reports, a quiet smile on his face as he realized the game was finally, subtly, over. He was charged with wire fraud, money laundering, and operating an illegal gambling enterprise. His empire, built on silent bets and quiet calculations, collapsed from the inside, brought down not by force, but by the quiet betrayal of a man who felt unseen, and the patient, digital pursuit of an agent who understood the hidden language of data. In the gritty, rain-slicked docklands of London during the post-war era of the 1950s and 60s, power was often a brutal, visible force. But amidst the clamor of cranes and the roar of cargo ships, a more subtle, insidious influence was taking root, woven by the cunning mind of Bartholomew "Barty" Finch. Barty was not a man who commanded with shouts or threats. He operated like a shadow, his authority felt more than seen, his grip on the flow of goods and money as pervasive as the Thames fog. Barty began his ascent not through violence, but through meticulous organization and an almost encyclopedic knowledge of the dockyards. He started as a seemingly innocuous union steward, a keen observer of the inefficiencies and vulnerabilities within the labyrinthine shipping industry. He saw that power didn't lie in controlling a single commodity, but in controlling the process of movement itself. He understood the nuances of port operations, the rhythms of cargo loading and unloading, the precise timing of customs inspections. His initial strategy was to offer expedited services, Small, unofficial shortcuts that bypassed bureaucratic delays for legitimate businesses. A shipment stuck in customs might mysteriously clear faster with Barty's intervention, a vital cargo guaranteed to be unloaded first. These favors built quiet obligations, creating a network of grateful, indebted contacts throughout the docks, from shipping magnates to crane operators. He cultivated an image of a man who could make things happen, a fixer who simply knew the right people. Barty's criminal strategies were centered on quiet racketeering and chokehold control over logistics. He established a system where no significant cargo could move in or out of the docks without his tacit approval. This wasn't achieved through overt threats, but through subtle, almost imperceptible delays. A particular shipment might face inexplicable paperwork issues, a vital piece of equipment might mysteriously malfunction, or a crucial team of stevedores might be unavailable. These delays were costly for businesses, and soon, they understood that a quiet payment to Barty's expediting services fund ensured smooth passage. Those who resisted found their operations grinding to a halt, their profits eroding until they conceded. His control became so absolute that even legitimate shipping companies implicitly factored in Barty's fee as a cost of doing business. Power struggles within the docklands were managed with a quiet ruthlessness. When a rival attempted to muscle in on a particular commodity, Barty would not engage in a direct confrontation. Instead, he would systematically make it impossible for the rival to operate. Their incoming shipments would be inexplicably damaged, their outgoing cargo would go missing, or their dockworkers would face sudden, overwhelming union grievances. The rival would find themselves facing insurmountable logistical and financial hurdles, bleeding money until they either withdrew or sought Barty's mediation, which always ended with Barty consolidating more power. Money laundering for Barty was ingeniously tied to the very operations he controlled. He acquired legitimate, but struggling, businesses connected to the shipping industry. A chandlery selling ship supplies, a warehouse storage firm, even a small tugboat company. The vast sums generated from his expediting fees and protection rackets were laundered through inflated invoices for supplies, phantom storage costs, and inflated charter fees for his tugboats. The sheer volume of legitimate shipping traffic provided perfect cover, blending illicit income seamlessly into the legitimate flow of commerce. For nearly 3 decades, Barty Finch was the undisputed, though largely unseen, monarch of the London docklands. He was a myth whispered among the longshoremen, a quiet dread among shipping magnates. He lived a comfortable, though not ostentatious, life in a respectable London suburb, a family man who was always home for dinner. His true empire hidden behind ledgers and the quiet hum of his legitimate businesses. The unraveling of Barty's reign began with a seemingly innocuous change in international trade regulations. The European Economic Community, EEC, expanding its reach, introduced new, stringent customs protocols designed to combat international smuggling, with a particular focus on containerized shipping, which was becoming increasingly prevalent. These new protocols required unprecedented levels of digital manifest tracking and cross-referencing between ports. Barty's system, while brilliant for its era, relied heavily on manipulating paper manifests and exploiting the isolated nature of individual port operations. He was a master of the analog world. The new digital protocols, however, demanded a level of transparency and data sharing that his decentralized, deliberately opaque system simply couldn't accommodate. Each container now had a digital footprint that followed it from origin to destination, cross-referenced with satellite tracking and advanced analytics. A persistent, methodical investigator from the newly formed EC Anti-Fraud Office, a young man named Gareth, noticed a peculiar statistical anomaly. Certain expedited shipments passing through the London docks, marked by an unusually high turnover rate and a consistent set of associated services, Barty's front companies, consistently showed discrepancies when cross-referenced with their originating manifests from other European ports. The values didn't quite align, the weights were subtly off, or the declared contents didn't perfectly match the volume. Individually, these were minor errors. Cumulatively, they painted a picture of systemic manipulation. Gareth's team didn't look for traditional smuggling. They looked for financial incongruity and logistical impossibilities. They found that Barty's legitimate businesses, while seemingly profitable, were showing returns far beyond industry averages, especially considering the modest scale of their declared operations. The new digital data, which Barty had underestimated, allowed investigators to connect the dots across multiple countries, revealing a global pattern of inflated costs and phantom services, all feeding back to his London-based fronts. The investigation wasn't a sudden raid. It was a slow, inexorable tightening of the digital net. The authorities didn't storm the docks. They froze accounts, impounded ships for regulatory violations, and served warrants on businesses that suddenly found their supply lines choked by legitimate, digital red tape. Barty, accustomed to controlling the flow, suddenly found himself caught in an unyielding current of data he couldn't manipulate. When the police finally arrived at his suburban home, Barty was in his study, a meticulously organized room filled with books on maritime history and international trade. He calmly closed a ledger, his face showing a flicker of resignation, perhaps even relief. He had ruled the unseen currents of the docklands for decades, but the digital tide had finally come in, washing away the shadows in which he had so long thrived. Silas Blackwood was a man of routines. Every morning, he walked the bustling docks of Liverpool, a man seemingly engaged in the honest business of shipping and logistics. He owned a thriving freight company, a warehouse full of goods, and maintained impeccable records. Yet, beneath this veneer of legitimate trade, Silas orchestrated a sophisticated network of smuggling and subtle coercion that had, for decades, allowed him to control the flow of illicit goods in and out of the city's port. His kingdom was built on whispers, strategic silences, and the meticulous exploitation of vulnerabilities within the complex international shipping industry. In the mid-1970s, as global trade expanded, Silas saw an opportunity beyond traditional contraband. His true genius lay in exploiting customs loopholes and bribing low-level officials to misplace or misclassify high-value, lightly taxed goods. He didn't deal in drugs or weapons directly. His trade was in luxury items, electronics, designer clothing, high-end spirits that could be bought cheaply abroad and sold at immense profit domestically, avoiding hefty import duties. He used his legitimate shipping containers as Trojan horses, burying smaller, undeclared consignments deep within legal cargo. His warehouse, ostensibly for storage, was a masterclass in discreet transshipment, where hidden compartments and false walls allowed for swift, untraceable movement of goods. Silas's power was rooted in a quiet form of leverage. He knew the secrets of nearly everyone who mattered on the docks. The struggling freight forwarder deeply in debt, the customs officer with a gambling problem, the union representative with a hidden past. He offered favors, a loan, a promotion, a quiet word in the right ear, creating a web of quiet obligation. Defiance wasn't met with violence, but with the sudden, inexplicable refusal of a crucial permit, a dockworker strike that only affected their shipments, or an unexpected, crippling customs inspection. Silas didn't need to threaten. He simply created an environment where cooperation was always the path of least resistance, and dissent led to quiet, inexorable ruin. For years, Silas's system worked flawlessly, a well-oiled machine humming beneath the surface of legitimate commerce. However, the slow, methodical habits that had built his empire also became its vulnerability. Young Thomas Miller, a junior customs agent fresh out of training, was assigned to the Liverpool docks in the late 1980s. Thomas was an idealist, earnest and meticulous, completely devoid of the cynicism that pervaded much of the port. He noticed small, seemingly insignificant patterns that others overlooked. Certain containers belonging to Silas's company always cleared customs faster than others. Certain manifests always seemed to have minor, easily explainable discrepancies, and the same few low-level customs officials always seemed to be on duty when Silas's larger, legitimate shipments arrived. Thomas, with a quiet, almost obsessive focus, began compiling a separate, unofficial ledger of these anomalies. He cross-referenced shipping manifests with port schedules, observed the subtle shift changes, and meticulously documented the contents of containers that, on paper, appeared entirely normal. He wasn't looking for a smoking gun, but for a consistent, subtle deviation from the norm. He noticed that the container weights for Silas's electronics shipments were often slightly heavier than they should have been. A difference so minimal it could be attributed to packing materials, but consistent enough to pique his curiosity. He suspected that the packing materials were, in fact, undeclared, high-value goods hidden within the declared cargo. The true moment of unraveling began with a container listed as carrying household appliances from Italy. Thomas, through his quiet observation, noted that a specific low-level customs official, known for his gambling debts, was on duty that day. Thomas also observed Silas Blackwood himself making a rare, brief appearance at the dock that morning, a subtle departure from his usual routine. Trusting his gut, and without alerting his superiors who might dismiss his suspicions, Thomas quietly arranged for an unscheduled spot check on that particular container. He cited a new, minor regulation about packaging material safety, a detail so obscure it raised no alarm. When the container was opened, it appeared to be filled with ordinary washing machines and refrigerators. However, Thomas had read every customs regulation, no matter how minor. He specifically asked for the packaging integrity check on one of the washing machines. When the machine was carefully disassembled, the back panel revealed a false compartment, expertly designed, filled with hundreds of undeclared luxury watches. This single discovery was not enough to bring down an empire, but it was the crack in the facade. The discovery led not to a dramatic raid, but to a painstaking, years-long investigation led by Thomas Miller. He used his meticulous notes, his quiet understanding of the port's rhythms, and the now-proven existence of a hidden compartment to secure warrants for forensic audits of Silas's shipping records. The Quiet King's undoing came not from a violent informant or a spectacular bust, but from the relentless, quiet observation of a junior agent who paid attention to the almost imperceptible deviations from ordinary patterns. The weight discrepancies, the consistent officials, the subtle visits, each piece, insignificant on its own, formed a damning mosaic when assembled by a mind trained to see the quiet truth. Silas Blackwood, the quiet king of the docks, was brought down not by a roar, but by a whisper, and the methodical pursuit of a truth hidden in plain sight. Elias Thorne was a man of algorithms, not brute force. In the burgeoning digital underworld of the early 2000s, while others focused on drug shipments or street corners, Elias saw the untapped potential of data. His ambition was to build a criminal enterprise entirely devoid of physical presence, a ghost in the machine that siphoned wealth through invisible channels. Operating from a nondescript office building in a bustling European city, Elias assembled a small, brilliant team of programmers, hackers, and financial analysts. He wasn't interested in violence. His preferred weapon was a well-crafted phishing email, a cleverly designed Trojan, or a sophisticated money mule network. His initial ventures were focused on identity theft and credit card fraud, but Elias quickly pivoted to something far more lucrative and less traceable: corporate espionage and market manipulation. He developed bespoke software that could infiltrate the networks of multinational corporations, not to steal their secrets outright, but to subtly alter financial records, inflate stock prices of companies he secretly held shares in, or create phantom invoices that diverted funds into his untraceable offshore accounts. He was a master of the quiet siphon, draining resources drip by drip, ensuring that no single transaction was large enough to trigger immediate alarms. The beauty of his system was its distributed nature. The money moved through dozens of accounts in various jurisdictions, dissolving into the global financial ether before it reappeared as legitimate income in his shell companies. Elias exerted control through an almost clinical detachment. His team members rarely met in person. Communication was encrypted, and tasks were assigned with precise, emotionless instructions. Loyalty was bought not with threats, but with exorbitant salaries, luxurious perks, and the implicit understanding that their unique skills were best utilized within his framework. Disloyalty was not met with violence, but with a quiet digital erasure. Access codes vanished, encrypted hard drives became unreadable, and digital footprints were meticulously scrubbed, leaving the offender isolated and professionally crippled, unable to ever work in the shadows again. Elias believed that fear of digital annihilation was far more effective than physical intimidation. Within this meticulously crafted digital fortress, a silent discontent began to fester in the mind of Lena Volkov, Elias's lead cryptographer. Lena was brilliant, almost as brilliant as Elias himself, and increasingly resentful of his absolute control and the chilling anonymity of their operations. She longed for recognition, for a greater share of the decision-making, but Elias was an autocrat. Lena, in her quiet defiance, began to implant small, almost undetectable backdoors into the complex encryption protocols she designed for Elias's operations. These were not for sabotage, but for a future contingency, a subtle digital escape route for herself, should the need arise. She imagined using them to leverage a better position, to gain some measure of control. The turning point came when Elias, in a rare miscalculation, overextended himself. He initiated a highly ambitious, multi-pronged attack designed to manipulate the stock prices of 3 major tech companies simultaneously, promising an unprecedented payout. The scale of the operation required Lena to design an even more intricate and robust encryption system. As she worked, she discovered a subtle flaw in Elias's overall architecture, a single point of vulnerability he had overlooked in his grand design. This flaw, combined with the extreme volume of transactions, created a fleeting, almost imperceptible digital echo, a recursive loop that, if triggered, could expose the entire network. Lena, feeling the immense pressure of the operation and realizing the opportunity, made a choice. She didn't betray Elias directly. Instead, she anonymously submitted an academic paper to a highly specialized cybersecurity journal, detailing a hypothetical, extremely complex distributed network vulnerability. The paper was theoretical, seemingly harmless, but embedded within its equations and conceptual diagrams was a subtle, almost poetic description of the very flaw she had discovered in Elias's system, alongside the precise, unique digital signature that would indicate its presence. She did not reveal the who or what, only the how and where of a particular kind of digital anomaly. The paper caught the eye of a lone, tenacious analyst at Europol, a quiet woman named Dr. Anya Sharma, who had spent years researching the very kind of ghost networks Elias was building. Dr. Sharma was an academic at heart, fascinated by patterns in data. The theoretical vulnerability described in Lena's paper resonated deeply with some of the inexplicable digital noise she had observed in her own investigations, ghostly echoes of illicit financial transfers that seemed to vanish into thin air. Using the paper as a conceptual map, Dr. Sharma began to trace the almost invisible digital trails, not seeking a specific crime, but rather the unique signature of the theoretical anomaly. The unraveling was silent and swift. There were no raids, no dramatic arrests. Instead, the digital gates began to close. One by one, the offshore accounts were frozen, not because they were directly linked to a specific crime, but because the patterns of their transactions now matched the anomalous signature Dr. Sharma had identified. The shell corporations found their assets seized without warning, their digital infrastructure quietly deactivated. Elias, watching his financial network evaporate like mist, understood immediately. He was not caught by a traditional investigation, but by the theoretical exposition of his own digital masterpiece, quietly broadcast by the very mind that had helped construct it. The ghost had been detected, not through its actions, but through the subtle mathematical resonance of its hidden form. In the vibrant, often shadowy world of Atlantic City in the 1960s, where the clang of slot machines mingled with the salty sea air, there was a man known simply as Silas. His real name was Silas Thorne, and he cultivated an image far removed from the sharp-suited, loud figures typically associated with the city's underworld. Silas was a man of quiet tastes, preferring tweed jackets to silk suits and intellectual discussions to boisterous revelry. He ran a chain of seemingly legitimate businesses, laundromats, small diners, and a modest trucking company. But everyone who mattered knew these were merely fronts, the quiet machinery that cleaned and moved the true currency of his empire, influence and illicit profits. Silas's ascent was a masterclass in subtle coercion and strategic alliances. He arrived in Atlantic City in the late 1940s, a veteran with a knack for organization and an uncanny ability to understand human weaknesses. He didn't muscle his way in, he eased his way. He started by offering protection to small businesses, not through threats of violence, but through promises of reduced insurance rates, guaranteed union peace, and preferential treatment from local authorities, all quietly orchestrated through his growing network of contacts. Shopkeepers, tired of petty shakedowns from lesser thugs, found Silas's offer surprisingly appealing. His word was his bond, and his network delivered. His true genius, however, lay in his understanding of the city's burgeoning gambling industry. As casinos began to gain legal traction, Silas saw not just an opportunity for direct skimming, but for deep, systemic infiltration. He invested heavily in the ancillary services, linen supply, food distribution, construction companies. These legitimate businesses, run by ostensibly independent contractors, held crucial monopolies over casino operations. Every sheet, every meal, every renovation project generated a hidden fee that flowed directly into Silas's coffers. He rarely visited the casinos themselves, preferring to oversee his empire from a discreet office above one of his laundromats, a place where the scent of soap and warm linen masked the scent of illicit wealth. His power struggles were never loud affairs. When a rival attempted to muscle into his territory, Silas didn't dispatch enforcers. He tightened the screws on their supply lines. Their businesses found themselves facing sudden, inexplicable shortages, union disputes, or unexpected delays in permits. Without a single violent act, their operations withered, forcing them to either capitulate or retreat. Betrayal, when it happened, was met with a chilling silence, followed by a gradual, irreversible decline of the offending party's financial and social standing. People simply stopped doing business with them. Their lines of credit evaporated. Their licenses found sudden, insurmountable obstacles. The real heart of his operations was a meticulous system of racketeering and soft coercion. He controlled key union contracts, ensuring that any major construction or service project in the city had to go through his preferred suppliers. He cultivated deep ties with local politicians and law enforcement, not through overt bribery, but through a constant exchange of favors, strategic donations, and the quiet assurance of peace in the city. A politician found a key piece of legislation smoothly passed. A police chief found his department's budget unexpectedly approved. In return, a blind eye was turned, a crucial piece of information lost, or a minor infraction mysteriously overlooked. Silas had mastered the art of making it more inconvenient to oppose him than to cooperate. For almost 20 years, Silas operated with impunity, his influence extending like invisible tendrils through every facet of Atlantic City life. The city thrived, and Silas thrived quietly within it. He was a silent partner in almost everything, unseen but undeniably present. The unraveling began not with a grand sting operation, but with the quiet persistence of a young, unassuming IRS agent named Evelyn Reed. Evelyn wasn't interested in organized crime. She was interested in discrepancies, in numbers that didn't quite add up. Her focus was on the seemingly legitimate small businesses that were generating impossible profits while reporting suspiciously low taxes. She noticed a pattern: multiple laundromats, diners, and trucking companies, all owned by different individuals, yet all sharing a peculiar commonality in their accounting irregularities and their surprising resilience even in economic downturns. Evelyn's investigation was slow, methodical, almost academic. She spent years cross-referencing public records, tracking ownership changes, and analyzing financial statements. She didn't have wiretaps or informants. She had spreadsheets and an unshakable belief that financial truth would eventually reveal itself. She uncovered layers of shell companies, interlocking directorships, and a complex web of loans between these seemingly disparate entities. The money, she found, was not just moving between them. It was being meticulously cleaned, cycling through a system designed to mask its true origin. Her breakthrough came with the discovery of a single, seemingly innocuous bank account held under a false name, but with a unique signature pattern in its deposit slips, a tiny, almost imperceptible tremor in the handwriting that a forensic document examiner confirmed matched the handwriting of Silas Thorne from an old driver's license application. It wasn't direct proof of a crime, but it was a crucial link, a tiny thread leading directly to the man who preferred to remain invisible. The final blow came not from a dramatic arrest, but from a series of civil suits initiated by the IRS, backed by an overwhelming dossier of financial data. Evelyn's work meticulously documented the systemic fraud, the tax evasion, and the racketeering hidden within Silas's legitimate business empire. Faced with an undeniable mountain of financial evidence, the quiet pressure on his political and police contacts mounted. No one wanted to be publicly associated with the man whose perfectly laundered money was now exposed for all its hidden dirt. Silas Thorne, the quiet king of the Atlantic City boardwalk, found his silent reign ending not with a bang, but with the relentless, quiet drip of financial accountability. His intricate web of influence unraveled not by force, but by the patient, unyielding logic of numbers. In the sprawling concrete jungle of Chicago, a city often defined by its blustery winds and even fiercer ambitions, the 1970s saw a quiet yet formidable power emerge from the shadows of its established criminal syndicates. This power belonged to Arthur the Iceman Jenkins, a man whose nickname wasn't earned through acts of chilling brutality, but through his unyielding composure and an uncanny ability to turn complex logistical puzzles into lucrative criminal enterprises. Arthur was a ghost in the machine, rarely seen, even less often heard, yet his influence permeated the city's underbelly like a pervasive chill. Arthur's rise was unconventional. He began not as a street enforcer or a backroom gambler, but as a meticulously organized middleman for a network of petty thieves and smugglers. His initial forte was in stolen goods, but he quickly saw the inefficiencies in the fragmented operations of the various crews. He proposed a centralized system, a silent distribution hub that could move anything from hijacked electronics to illicit liquor with remarkable speed and discretion. His genius lay in logistics, identifying vulnerable transit points, establishing secure warehousing, and creating untraceable payment flows. His calm demeanor and near-obsessive attention to detail made him indispensable. Unlike the fiery personalities of the older generation of mobsters, Arthur operated with a surgical precision that eschewed grand gestures. His power struggles were not fought with bullets. but with meticulous planning and subtle manipulations. When rival factions vied for control over a certain smuggling route, Arthur wouldn't send enforcers. Instead, he would subtly disrupt their supply chains, perhaps by offering their key transporters more lucrative and equally illicit work elsewhere, or by creating artificial bottlenecks in the very channels they relied upon. He would then step in, offering a solution that invariably placed him in a position of quiet control. He understood that true leverage came from making oneself indispensable, from being the unseen linchpin that held disparate criminal operations together. His primary criminal strategy revolved around sophisticated racketeering and silent coercion. He identified legitimate businesses, trucking companies, warehouses, even certain import-export firms that were struggling or vulnerable. Through a series of carefully orchestrated financial maneuvers, often involving anonymous loans or manipulated contracts, he would gain de facto control. Once intertwined, these businesses became integral parts of his illicit network, their legitimate operations masking the flow of contraband, their honest employees unknowingly contributing to his enterprises. For instance, a seemingly legitimate trucking company would deliver legitimate goods during the day, while its trucks, loaded with untaxed cigarettes or stolen designer clothes, would operate under cover of darkness, utilizing routes and schedules meticulously planned by Arthur. The coercion wasn't overt. It was the slow, steady pressure of financial dependence, the quiet threat of ruin if one stepped out of line. Arthur's most innovative scheme involved the art market. He used a network of seemingly legitimate art dealers and restorers to move vast sums of money. He would acquire stolen or forged artwork, significantly undervalued, and then sell it through a series of anonymous transactions to shell corporations he controlled. The sudden inflation of the art's value, masked by legitimate-looking provenance papers, allowed him to inject large sums of illicit cash back into the legitimate economy. This wasn't about the art itself, but the meticulous paperwork that transformed dirty money into cultural capital, allowing him to subtly influence legitimate auction houses and galleries. For years, the Iceman's empire functioned with chilling efficiency. Law enforcement had glimpses, fragments of information about a highly organized individual who seemed to coordinate vast criminal networks without ever getting his hands dirty. But Arthur left no direct fingerprints, no violent history. He was a puzzle, a whisper in the wind. The unraveling of Arthur's silent reign began, not with a wiretap or a disgruntled associate, but with a highly unusual piece of art. A small, seemingly insignificant Renaissance sketch, stolen years prior, surfaced at a legitimate auction in London. An unassuming art historian, Dr. Evelyn Reed, recognized the sketch from a database of stolen works she maintained as a passion project. What caught her attention wasn't just its reappearance, but the extraordinarily rapid and improbable appreciation of its value through a series of anonymous sales, all meticulously documented but strangely devoid of any genuine art market logic. Dr. Reed, driven by academic curiosity rather than criminal investigation, began tracing the paper trail, following the same methodology Arthur had used to obfuscate his dealings. She uncovered a chain of transactions that, while legally sound on paper, made no sense from an art historical perspective. She shared her findings with a former student, now an FBI agent specializing in financial crimes. The agent, intrigued by the cleanliness of the paper trail, saw the potential. They didn't focus on the theft of the art, but on the unnatural financial activity surrounding it. They used sophisticated data analysis, something Arthur had not fully accounted for, to identify recurring patterns of rapid value inflation across multiple, seemingly unrelated art sales. This led them to the shell corporations, then to the legitimate businesses Arthur had quietly infiltrated. It wasn't a direct line to Arthur, but a slow, methodical peeling back of layers, each revealing another piece of his intricate financial web. Arthur was finally located in a quiet, unassuming office building in downtown Chicago, an address he'd used for years for his logistics consulting firm. When agents arrived, he was, as always, meticulously reviewing shipping manifests. There was no dramatic confrontation, no struggle. He simply looked up, a faint, almost imperceptible nod of understanding crossing his face. The Iceman had built his empire on the illusion of legitimacy and the power of meticulous detail, but it was those very details, when viewed through a different lens, that ultimately led to his quiet, inevitable thaw. In the early 2010s, as the digital dark web emerged as a new frontier for illicit trade, Elias the Ledger Vance carved out his niche not in selling contraband, but in making it financially viable. Operating from a series of anonymous, encrypted servers scattered across the globe, Elias was the silent, indispensable financial architect of the digital underworld. He built a sophisticated cryptocurrency laundering service, enabling anonymous transactions on platforms like the original Silk Road, turning untraceable digital coins into clean, usable fiat currency. His empire was built on the premise of absolute anonymity and an unparalleled understanding of decentralized finance. Elias's service was deceptively simple. Clients would transfer various cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Monero, to his secure digital wallets. He would then meticulously mix these coins with vast reserves of legitimate cryptocurrency through complex tumbling and mixing services, breaking down the connection between the sender and receiver. The cleaned funds would then be sent back to the clients, often in different cryptocurrencies or converted into fiat currency via a network of seemingly legitimate online exchanges and shell companies in obscure jurisdictions. He charged a hefty commission, but the promise of absolute anonymity and untraceability was worth the price for his clientele, which ranged from drug traffickers to arms dealers, fraudsters, and even state-sponsored actors seeking to bypass sanctions. His control was through the absolute reliability of his service and the chilling knowledge that he held the keys to their financial anonymity. Loyalty within his small, highly specialized team of cryptographers and financial engineers was secured through extreme financial incentives and a carefully cultivated sense of shared intellectual superiority. They were the anonymous elite, the architects of a new financial order. However, Elias maintained absolute digital separation, enforcing strict need-to-know protocols, ensuring no single individual had a complete picture of his entire network. Any hint of a breach, any deviation from protocol was met with instant, irreversible digital excommunication, access revoked, data wiped, and their digital presence erased from his network, leaving them financially isolated and professionally crippled in the niche world of crypto finance. Among his most trusted, yet ultimately restless, team members was Lena Sokolov, a brilliant young blockchain analyst. Lena was responsible for constantly identifying and integrating new mixing techniques, ensuring the robustness of Elias's laundering protocols. She understood the intricate dance between transparency and anonymity inherent in blockchain technology better than Elias himself. Driven by a quiet intellectual curiosity and a subtle resentment of Elias's authoritarian control, Lena began to develop her own, even more advanced experimental mixing algorithms, which, unbeknownst to Elias, contained a minute, almost imperceptible signature in their output, a non-random pattern in the seemingly random distribution of mixed coins. This was her personal mark, her silent act of ownership over her intellectual creations. The catalyst for the unraveling came not from an external investigation, but from a growing sophistication within the very systems Elias exploited. Blockchain analytics firms, working with law enforcement agencies, were developing increasingly powerful tools to demix or untumble cryptocurrency transactions, even those processed through services like Elias's. While they couldn't directly identify users, they could identify patterns of unusual activity. Inspector Klaus Schmidt, a tenacious financial cybercrime investigator with Europol, had been tracking the digital flows from various dark web marketplaces for years, trying to identify patterns in the movement of large sums of illicit cryptocurrency. He had noted a consistent, yet unidentifiable, noise or artifact in the blockchain data after certain large transactions passed through mixing services. A faint, almost imperceptible digital echo that defied pure randomness. It was a statistical anomaly that piqued his scientific curiosity. Lena, observing the increasing scrutiny on blockchain anonymity and realizing her own experimental algorithms were generating this unique noise, saw her window. She understood that her signature was now a vulnerability. In a moment of quiet, desperate self-preservation, she anonymously uploaded a highly technical research paper to a niche online forum dedicated to advanced cryptography. The paper detailed a theoretical new class of blockchain artifacts that could be generated by specific types of advanced mixing algorithms, and crucially included a mathematical description of the unique, non-random pattern she had embedded in her own code. She described it as a purely academic discovery, a fascinating side effect of cutting-edge cryptography, not a flaw in a criminal enterprise. Inspector Schmidt, constantly scouring academic papers and forums for new insights, stumbled upon Lena's publication. The mathematical description of the artifact perfectly matched the noise he had been observing. Suddenly, the seemingly random digital echoes formed a coherent pattern. Using Lena's theoretical framework, Schmidt's team was able to reverse engineer the unique signature, allowing them to effectively tag transactions processed through Elias's specific mixing service. They weren't identifying individual users, but they were identifying the service provider with unerring accuracy. The fall of Elias Vance's empire was silent and swift, a purely digital collapse. His digital wallets were blacklisted by major exchanges. His shell companies found their bank accounts frozen. His anonymous clients, realizing their untraceable funds were now being quietly tagged by law enforcement, abandoned his service en masse. Elias watched, helpless, as his seemingly untouchable digital fortress disintegrated, not from a physical raid, but from the quiet mathematical unraveling of his own ingenious code, betrayed by the subtle, almost imperceptible signature left by a restless mind he had sought to control. The Silk Road's shadow banker was exposed, not by a single act of betrayal, but by the relentless pursuit of patterns hidden within the vast, seemingly anonymous expanse of the blockchain. In the gritty, industrial heartland of 1940s Chicago, amidst the rumble of trains and the clatter of stockyards, Thomas the Ledger O'Malley was a silent force. He didn't command legions of armed men or engage in flashy displays of wealth. Instead, Thomas built his formidable influence brick by meticulous brick, through the quiet accumulation of debts and the strategic distribution of favors. His empire was a vast, intricate network of loyalties, unspoken obligations, and well-placed individuals, making him the city's undisputed, yet almost invisible master of quiet coercion and political manipulation. Thomas's journey began not in the back alleys, but in the bustling hallways of local political offices. He started as a low-level aide, observing keenly how power truly flowed not through public speeches, but through whispered conversations, discreet exchanges, and the careful cultivation of allegiances. He realized that a well-timed loan to a struggling alderman, a strategic donation to a campaign, or a subtle arrangement for a zoning variance could yield far greater returns than any armed robbery. He became a master of making others feel perpetually indebted, ensuring that when the time came, they would owe him. His primary strategy was the favor bank. He would identify individuals, politicians, judges, union leaders, police captains, even influential journalists, who, for one reason or another, found themselves in a bind. It could be a gambling debt, a hidden indiscretion, a child in need of a rare medical procedure, or a failing business on the brink. Thomas would quietly step in, providing the necessary funds, information, or connections, always with the understanding that the favor would, eventually, be returned. There was no explicit contract, no written agreement, just a chilling, unspoken understanding of future obligation. Racketeering under Thomas's purview was a subtle art of leveraging these favors. He rarely needed to threaten. Instead, a competitor's business might find its deliveries mysteriously delayed, its permits suddenly revoked, or its employees facing unexpected labor disputes, all orchestrated by those who owed Thomas a favor. Conversely, businesses that quietly aligned with his interests found their path smooth, their contracts secured, and their operations unhindered. He offered solutions that seemed to arise naturally from the bureaucratic labyrinth, but were in fact the direct result of his pervasive influence. Money laundering for Thomas was woven directly into his network of legitimate businesses and political connections. He quietly acquired stakes in several major Chicago enterprises, a large trucking company, a citywide laundry service, and even a prominent local newspaper. These businesses not only served as legitimate fronts for moving illicit funds, but also provided a continuous stream of information and leverage. Payments for consulting services that were never rendered, inflated invoices for maintenance, or simply understated profits funneled cash from illicit activities into the legitimate economy. He used complex intercompany loans and offshore accounts to obscure the true origins of his wealth, making his balance sheets appear perfectly normal to any casual observer. His power was in his anonymity. Few outside his inner circle even knew his name, let alone his true influence. He operated through layers of intermediaries, ensuring that no single individual could directly link him to any illicit activity. His presence was felt in the decisions made, the contracts awarded, and the investigations shelved, rather than in any public display of authority. The unraveling of Thomas's meticulously constructed edifice began not with a grand federal investigation into organized crime, but with a persistent, nagging feeling of unease in the mind of a veteran state prosecutor, Daniel "Danny" Flynn. Danny had spent years battling corruption in Chicago, often feeling like he was swatting at shadows. He noticed a pattern of cases that inexplicably stalled, powerful figures who seemed immune to scandal, and public contracts that always went to the same few, often interconnected companies. Danny didn't have a snitch, nor did he have a smoking gun. He simply had a hunch, a gut feeling that there was a single, unseen hand orchestrating much of the city's quiet corruption. He started building a comprehensive database, cross-referencing public records, campaign finance disclosures, property transfers, business registrations, union contracts, and court filings. He was looking for connections, for repeated names, for unusual financial flows that seemed to defy logical explanation. The true moment of unraveling came when Danny, after months of painstaking analysis, identified a series of seemingly unrelated loans and small business acquisitions, each involving a prominent local figure who had, shortly thereafter, made a contentious public decision or approved a controversial project. Each of these financial threads, no matter how disparate they seemed, eventually led back to a single, obscure holding company, registered under a series of anonymous shell names. Digging deeper, he discovered that this holding company had a peculiar habit of loaning money to political figures just before key votes or decisions that benefited specific businesses, all of which were, in turn, subtly connected to the same core group of seemingly legitimate enterprises that Thomas O'Malley had quietly acquired. Danny's evidence wasn't about violence. It was about the insidious quiet creep of influence, documented meticulously in financial ledgers and public records. He presented a compelling, if complex, case to a grand jury. A systemic pattern of bribery, extortion through leverage, and massive financial fraud, all centered around the manipulation of public servants through the carefully managed favor bank. He showed how millions of dollars were laundered through seemingly legitimate businesses and how the city's essential services were slowly being siphoned for private gain. Thomas O'Malley was eventually indicted on a staggering array of charges, from racketeering and conspiracy to commit bribery to massive fraud and money laundering. His arrest was quiet, taking place in his unostentatious home, where he was found reading a book on municipal finance. He offered no resistance, only a faint, knowing look in his eyes, as if acknowledging the inevitable conclusion to a long, complex game. His empire, built on the silent promises of reciprocation and the invisible threads of obligation, finally unraveled not with a bang, but with the quiet, persistent diligence of a prosecutor who refused to ignore the silent language of connections and favors. In the fragmented, reunified Berlin of the early 1990s, a city grappling with its past while eagerly embracing a new future, Dr. Elias Thorne moved with an almost ethereal grace. He was a man of profound intellect and impeccable taste, a celebrated art historian, and a revered figure in the nascent cultural exchange between East and West. Dr. Thorne lectured at prestigious universities, advised on museum acquisitions, and published scholarly articles on forgotten masterpieces. Yet, beneath this veneer of academic respectability, he was the silent orchestrator of a vast criminal enterprise, dealing not in drugs or violence, but in the priceless, often tragic, legacies of history itself, stolen art and cultural artifacts. Dr. Thorne's rise was born from a unique understanding of the geopolitical shifts unfolding around him. With the collapse of communism, countless state collections, private hoards, and even abandoned Jewish estates were in flux. He saw not chaos, but opportunity, an untapped reservoir of high value, often undocumented, assets. He didn't employ thugs. He cultivated a network of desperate former apparatchiks, underpaid museum curators, and unscrupulous archivists who, for a price, would turn a blind eye or provide access to forgotten inventories and hidden caches. His influence was built on the quiet desperation of others and his own unmatched knowledge of art provenance and market values. His primary criminal strategy was multifaceted. He specialized in what he subtly termed repatriation facilitation, which in reality meant identifying invaluable artworks and historical documents that lacked clear post-war ownership or had been quietly pilfered during the tumultuous transitions. He would then arrange for their discovery or liberation, manufacturing elaborate but plausible backstories. Often, legitimate pieces from smaller, less scrutinized collections would be replaced with masterfully executed forgeries, while the originals were spirited away. His genius lay in exploiting the bureaucratic chaos and the fervent desire of many to simply move on from the past, even if it meant overlooking certain uncomfortable details. Racketeering, in Dr. Thorne's world, was a far cry from crude shakedowns. He would approach struggling regional museums or financially desperate private collectors in the former Eastern Bloc, offering to authenticate or restore their most valuable pieces. In exchange, he would receive exorbitant fees or, more commonly, a significant portion of the collection, which he would then sell through his own legitimate-looking channels. The coercion was subtle. If they refused, their collections might face unforeseen legal challenges regarding provenance, or simply vanish due to inexplicable negligence. His method was to present an impossible choice, making the victim believe they were entering a legitimate, albeit unfavorable, business deal. Money laundering for Dr. Thorne was an art form in itself. He acquired several struggling art galleries, an antique shop specializing in European heritage, and even a small, reputable art auction house in Munich. These served as perfect conduits for his illicit gains. Forged acquisition papers, inflated valuations for newly discovered pieces, and phantom sales to anonymous overseas buyers allowed him to cycle vast sums of money through his legitimate businesses. He also invested heavily in historic real estate, particularly crumbling aristocratic estates in Eastern Europe, which he would restore with laundered funds, then use as collateral for legitimate loans, further embedding his wealth within the legal economy. His financial transactions were routed through a complex web of holding companies registered in Switzerland, Liechtenstein, and the Channel Islands, making any audit a Herculean task. His quiet power was almost absolute within the circles he operated in. He was charming, erudite, and seemingly beyond reproach. The police, accustomed to more overt forms of crime, often missed the intricate financial trails or the subtle inconsistencies in art provenances that were Dr. Thorne's true signatures. The unraveling of Dr. Thorne's meticulously crafted empire began not with a grand police investigation, but with the quiet, unwavering skepticism of a young, passionate art provenance researcher named Lena Hoffman. Lena worked for a foundation dedicated to identifying and restituting art looted during World War II and the Cold War era. She had an almost uncanny ability to spot anomalies in documentation. She noticed a recurring, almost imperceptible pattern: several newly discovered artworks entering the legitimate market, all with remarkably similar, yet slightly contradictory provenance papers, often involving the same intermediaries and dating back to regions where chaos had reigned. Lena didn't suspect a specific criminal at first. She simply suspected systematic fraud. She focused on the paper trail of the art itself, scrutinizing microscopic details in watermarks, comparing typeface on old documents, and meticulously cross-referencing auction records with archived museum inventories. She started to see a common thread in the subtle misdatings, the unusual lack of exhibition history for supposedly important pieces, and the sudden appearance of works that had been presumed lost for decades. The true moment of unraveling arrived when Lena, while researching a painting attributed to an obscure Renaissance master, discovered a critical, anachronistic detail in its original accompanying documentation: a specific brand of paper that hadn't been manufactured until after the painting's supposed period of disappearance. This tiny, almost invisible flaw, coupled with the familiar intermediaries, pointed directly to Dr. Thorne's auction house. With this, Lena began to pull on the string, tracing the financial flows from the sales of these dubious artworks, which led her through the labyrinthine shell companies and ultimately back to the art galleries and real estate holdings subtly controlled by Dr. Elias Thorne. Lena presented her findings to Interpol and the German Federal Criminal Police, not with evidence of violence, but with a meticulously documented case of large-scale art fraud, cultural heritage crimes, and massive money laundering. Dr. Elias Thorne was eventually indicted, not on charges of murder or drug trafficking, but for extensive fraud, racketeering, and the illegal trade in cultural artifacts. His arrest was as understated as his crimes. He was apprehended at an international art symposium mid-sentence, while delivering a lecture on the ethical responsibilities of art acquisition. He offered no resistance, only a faint, almost imperceptible nod, as if acknowledging the elegance of the detection that had finally caught him. His empire, built on the quiet manipulation of history and the silent theft of cultural heritage, crumbled not with a bang, but with the quiet, relentless pursuit of a researcher who understood that sometimes the most profound truths are hidden in the most minute details. The city of Naples, in the fading light of the mid-20th century, often wore its secrets like a shroud. Beneath the clamor of its busy ports and the quiet hum of its ancient alleys, a different kind of power was being meticulously woven, not with the sharp edge of a blade, but with the subtle rustle of ledgers and the discreet click of a pen. At the heart of this intricate web sat Lorenzo Vitali, a man whose unassuming demeanor belied a mind as sharp and intricate as any master clockmaker. Lorenzo was not born into the grand families of Naples. He arrived as a young man, a quiet prodigy of numbers from a provincial village, carrying nothing but a worn leather briefcase and an almost supernatural understanding of finance. He began his ascent in the employ of the old Don Gennaro, a patriarch whose methods were rooted in tradition and brute force. Don Gennaro recognized in Lorenzo not a warrior, but a rare strategist, a silent architect capable of building fortresses out of paper. Lorenzo's genius lay in his ability to transform illicit gains into seemingly legitimate enterprises. He devised complex schemes of money laundering that funneled cash through a labyrinth of shell corporations, front businesses, and offshore accounts, making the proceeds of racketeering and protection appear as the honest fruits of legitimate commerce. Textile factories, shipping companies, even a string of high-end restaurants, all were conduits, their profits silently enriching the Don's coffers. He understood that true power wasn't about visible muscle, but invisible leverage. He rarely threatened directly. Instead, he cultivated financial dependencies. A struggling politician might find an unexpected, anonymous donation. A desperate businessman, a lifeline loan. These were not gifts, but quiet investments, ensuring loyalty and influence when needed. His primary strategy involved creating a parallel economy. Merchants, already under the Don's protection, were encouraged to invest their profits back into Lorenzo's legitimate ventures, blurring the lines between coercion and opportunity. Those who hesitated often found their credit lines inexplicably tightening, their supplies delayed, or their permits inexplicably entangled in bureaucratic red tape. No threats were uttered, no violence displayed. Only the slow, inexorable squeeze of economic pressure until compliance was the only sensible path. Lorenzo built a network of indebted individuals across the city, from city council members to dock workers, all bound by financial threads he controlled. For decades, the system Lorenzo crafted ran with the precision of a Swiss timepiece. The Don's family thrived, expanding their influence far beyond Naples, all facilitated by Lorenzo's intricate financial architecture. He remained an enigma, a figure rarely seen in public, preferring the quiet solitude of his study, surrounded by ledgers and financial reports. He lived modestly, a stark contrast to the opulence of those he served, a ghost in the machine. But even the most perfect clock can eventually falter, often due to the smallest, most overlooked cog. The unraveling began, not with a grand betrayal or a police raid, but with a junior bank clerk named Sophia. She was new to the city, assigned to a small branch that handled some of the Don's oldest, most innocuous-looking accounts Lorenzo himself had set up decades ago, now almost forgotten. Sophia, with her meticulous attention to detail and a fresh perspective, noticed a subtle discrepancy, a pattern of fractional transfers that seemed too precise, too regular for typical business operations. It was a thread so fine, most would have dismissed it as an error. Sophia, however, was persistent. She followed the trail piece by painstaking piece through layers of legitimate transactions, eventually uncovering a dormant network of shell companies connected to a single, obscure holding firm in Luxembourg. This firm, Lorenzo's masterstroke of anonymity, had been designed to be impenetrable. But Sophia's dogged tracing of small, consistent payments, what Lorenzo had dismissed as noise in his grand scheme, revealed a connection to a seemingly unrelated charity. This charity, funded by a series of small, untraceable donations, then made large, untraceable loans. Unbeknownst to Lorenzo, a new, younger generation of prosecutors had taken office, armed with sophisticated financial analysis tools and a relentless drive. Sophia's findings, once reported, became the catalyst. They didn't target the flashy capos or the street enforcers. They followed the money, the invisible veins of the empire. Lorenzo's complex web, designed to hide the big picture, ironically broke down because of its smallest, most consistent movements. The quiet architect had overlooked the persistent drip of tiny transactions, believing them too insignificant to be noticed. It was a slow, deliberate dismantling, taking months, then years. The authorities didn't storm a compound. They audited, subpoenaed, and froze assets. When the indictments finally came, they landed not on the Don or his capos, but on a vast array of seemingly legitimate businessmen, politicians, and accountants, all tangled in Lorenzo's financial net. Lorenzo himself was found in his study, calmly reviewing a balance sheet, when the plainclothes officers arrived. There was no struggle, no dramatic chase, only the quiet click of handcuffs, a final, understated punctuation to a life spent in the shadows, brought down not by a roar, but by the whisper of numbers and the persistence of a young woman with a sharp eye for details. He had built an empire of shadows, and it vanished almost as silently as it was built. Evelyn Vance ran the Last Resort, a seemingly charming, if slightly faded, hotel nestled on a quiet stretch of coastline in southern France. From the outside, it was a picture of serene hospitality in the late 1990s, attracting a steady stream of tourists and business travelers. Yet, beneath its genteel facade, Evelyn, with her sharp mind and even sharper instincts, operated a discreet but highly effective money laundering operation for a clandestine network of international clients. She was not a gangster in the traditional sense, but a meticulous financial architect, using the hotel's myriad transactions to filter vast sums of illicit cash, making it disappear into the global financial system with quiet precision. Evelyn's genius lay in exploiting the nuances of the hospitality industry. Guests paid in cash, ostensibly for rooms, dining, and spa services, but the amounts were often wildly inflated, far exceeding the value of the services rendered. These cash payments were then carefully broken down into smaller, legitimate-seeming transactions and deposited into various bank accounts across Europe, making them difficult to trace. The hotel also served as a discreet meeting point for clients, with conference room rentals and event catering fees providing additional channels for the movement of funds. Evelyn forged an intricate web of relationships with local businesses, laundries, food suppliers, even art dealers, who would generate fake invoices for services never rendered, further legitimizing the illicit cash flow. Her control was based on a network of quiet favors and unspoken understandings. Her method of ensuring compliance was subtle. Evelyn rarely needed to threaten. Instead, she offered her associates a taste of the seemingly legitimate prosperity, providing them with steady, lucrative business through the hotel. Those who crossed her found their accounts mysteriously audited, their credit lines inexplicably frozen, or their businesses suddenly facing a barrage of minor, but crippling, regulatory hurdles. She believed that financial inconvenience was a far more effective deterrent than physical harm, a slow, quiet suffocation that forced compliance. For years, the Last Resort operated like a well-oiled machine, its illicit financial dealings humming quietly beneath the surface of everyday hotel life. However, a silent observation was taking place within its very walls. Camille Dubois, the hotel's meticulous head housekeeper, had an uncanny eye for detail. Camille was an older woman, overlooked and underestimated, who saw everything but said nothing. She noticed the unusual patterns. Guests who never seemed to truly stay in their rooms, the sudden influx of cash that never quite matched the occupancy rates, the strange, almost ritualistic way certain transactions were recorded. She didn't understand the full scope of what she was seeing, but she knew something was deeply amiss. She started, almost instinctively, to keep her own quiet, handwritten notes in a small, hidden journal documenting dates, room numbers, and the subtle, recurring oddities. The turning point came not from an external investigation, but from an internal shift in Evelyn's operations. Driven by an increasingly demanding client, Evelyn began to move larger sums of money through the hotel, pushing the limits of her established laundering methods. This required the manipulation of more substantial cash flow figures, including fabricated expenses for fictitious renovations. The new, inflated expenditures created a subtle but noticeable imbalance in the hotel's financial statements, a pattern that Camille, with her simple but sharp eye, began to notice in the discarded office papers she collected for recycling, particularly the discrepancies between the official invoices and the actual visible state of the hotel. Camille, troubled by what she was observing, and having read about a new anonymous tip line for financial crimes in a local newspaper, decided to act. She didn't accuse Evelyn directly. Instead, she anonymously submitted a series of very specific dates and corresponding hotel renovation expenditure figures from her notes, alongside observations about rooms that remained untouched despite being billed as occupied. She made it seem like the concerns of a diligent employee worried about financial waste, not criminal activity. Her tip landed on the desk of Inspector Jean-Luc Moreau, a financial crimes investigator known for his quiet persistence. Moreau was accustomed to receiving vague accusations, but Camille's tip was different. It provided precise, verifiable details, specific dates, room numbers, and curious financial entries. Intrigued by the mundane precision of the information, Moreau began a quiet, almost imperceptible investigation. He didn't raid the hotel. Instead, he initiated a routine tax audit, focusing on the hotel's renovation budgets and cash receipts. He brought in forensic accountants who methodically compared the actual physical state of the hotel's rooms and public areas to the detailed invoices for upgrades and repairs. The unraveling of the last resort's secrets was a slow, meticulous process of financial forensics. The auditors found significant discrepancies between the millions billed for renovations and the actual, relatively minor, improvements observed. They noticed the consistent pattern of inflated cash payments that far outstripped the hotel's capacity for legitimate revenue generation. The very normalcy of the hotel and its constant stream of cash had been its greatest strength, but also its fatal flaw when subjected to quiet, methodical scrutiny. Evelyn Vance, the architect of silence, found her discreet empire collapsing, not under a violent assault, but under the weight of meticulously traced financial data, brought to light by the quiet observations of a diligent housekeeper and the persistent investigation of a financial inspector. The calm facade of the last resort had, at last, yielded its deep, unsettling secrets. In the labyrinthine alleyways and sun-drenched docks of 1950s Marseille, where the scent of salt mixed with the whispers of illicit trade, Jean-Luc Dubois was a figure of quiet, formidable power. Unlike the boisterous, cigar-chomping gang leaders of popular lore, Jean-Luc cultivated an air of impeccable discretion. He was often seen in finely tailored suits, frequenting the opera or the most exclusive restaurants, indistinguishable from the city's legitimate elite. Yet, beneath this polished exterior, he was the undisputed architect of a vast criminal enterprise that quietly controlled the flow of goods, money, and influence across the bustling port city. Jean-Luc's rise began in the aftermath of the war, a time of chaos and opportunity. He didn't seize control through brute force, but by identifying the city's critical choke points: the docks, the customs offices, and the legitimate import-export businesses. He understood that true criminal mastery wasn't about holding a gun, but about holding the ledger, the manifest, and the key to the warehouse. His strategy was one of infiltration and subtle manipulation. He cultivated relationships with weary dock foremen, cash-strapped customs officials, and ambitious shipping magnates, offering them partnerships that were too lucrative to refuse and too dangerous to betray. His primary focus was contraband, everything from luxury silks and duty-free spirits to, later, a sophisticated network for smuggling narcotics. But it was his innovative approach to racketeering that truly cemented his power. Instead of crude protection schemes, Jean-Luc offered logistical solutions. Businesses experiencing inexplicable delays in their shipments suddenly found their goods flowing smoothly after a quiet conversation with one of Jean-Luc's associates. Restaurants plagued by sudden health inspections or labor disputes found their problems vanishing after agreeing to purchase their produce from a particular distributor. It was a service, presented with a smile and a firm handshake, yet imbued with the unspoken threat of what would happen if the service was declined. Money laundering was an art form under Jean-Luc. He acquired a legitimate shipping company, using its vast international network to funnel illicit proceeds through a dizzying array of shell corporations registered in Monaco, Geneva, and beyond. He invested heavily in the burgeoning tourism industry, buying hotels, acquiring stakes in casinos, and even funding a prominent film studio. The profits from these ventures were then seamlessly mixed with the dirty money, creating a veneer of undeniable legitimacy. His accountants were not just skilled. They were masters of obfuscation, creating financial statements that could withstand casual scrutiny, burying the illicit funds deep within layers of legitimate transactions. Jean-Luc rarely raised his voice, relying instead on the quiet, devastating power of anticipation and consequence. His network of informants was unparalleled, reaching into every corner of Marseille, from the police precinct to the highest echelons of local government. He often knew about a rival's plans or a detective's investigation long before it fully materialized, allowing him to subtly steer events, deflect attention, or simply make problems disappear. His most powerful tool was not intimidation, but the quiet demonstration that he was always 2 steps ahead. The unraveling of Jean-Luc's meticulously constructed empire began not with a dramatic police raid, but with a seemingly insignificant change in customs policy. A new, incorruptible customs commissioner, a woman named Isabelle Moreau, was appointed to Marseille, determined to clean up the port. Unlike her predecessors, she wasn't interested in quick wins or public arrests. She was interested in systemic vulnerabilities. She noticed patterns. Certain types of cargo consistently bypassed rigorous inspections, specific shipping lines seemed immune to delays, and an unusual uniformity in the paperwork for seemingly diverse businesses. Isabelle didn't target the individual smugglers. She targeted the system that enabled them. She implemented new, randomized inspection protocols and cross-referenced shipping manifests with financial records of the receiving businesses, a tedious, data-intensive process that few had ever undertaken. Her focus was on the paperwork, the inconsistencies, and the inexplicable efficiencies of Jean-Luc's network. She uncovered a specific type of bill of lading, seemingly legitimate, that consistently appeared on shipments that avoided scrutiny. The moment it all truly began to unravel was when Isabelle's team, after months of quiet analysis, identified a series of shell companies, all linked by subtle patterns in their registration and banking details, that consistently facilitated the untraceable movement of goods and funds. These companies, while seemingly disparate, all pointed back to the legitimate shipping company Jean-Luc had acquired years ago. The financial flows, once considered too complex to decipher, began to reveal their underlying structure under Isabelle's relentless scrutiny. Jean-Luc was not brought down by a violent confrontation, but by the cold, irrefutable logic of financial forensics and meticulous administrative investigation. He was eventually indicted for massive customs fraud, racketeering, and money laundering. His arrest was fittingly quiet. He was apprehended while leaving a classical concert, impeccably dressed, a faint smile playing on his lips, as if acknowledging the elegance of his own downfall. The empire built on quiet control and the subtle manipulation of systems was dismantled not by force, but by the patient, unyielding pressure of an investigator who understood that sometimes the greatest betrayals are found not in loud declarations, but in the silent spaces between the numbers. In the sun-drenched, ancient port city of Naples in the 1990s, where history clung to every stone and tradition held powerful sway, Paolo the Professor Rossi was not a man of loud proclamations or visible displays of power. His influence, instead, was like the tide, invisible in its flow, yet capable of moving mountains. He was a quiet academic, almost scholarly in his demeanor, but beneath the surface, He orchestrated a vast and sophisticated criminal syndicate that controlled the city's construction, waste management, and even aspects of its cultural heritage, all through a velvet grip of soft coercion and calculated economic leverage. Paolo's ascent was atypical. He came from a family with deep old ties, but he himself had a university degree in economics. He understood that the days of crude extortion were waning. True power in the modern era lay in controlling the fundamental services and infrastructure of a city. He didn't demand protection money. He offered exclusive partnerships. He would approach construction companies struggling with permits or labor disputes, offering to expedite the process or provide unbeatable rates on materials. The unspoken understanding was that if they refused, their projects would stall indefinitely, plagued by phantom issues. His primary strategy revolved around controlling bids for public contracts. Through a network of seemingly legitimate engineering firms, consultancy groups, and material suppliers, all secretly controlled by his syndicate, Paolo ensured that his preferred companies consistently won lucrative government projects, from building new hospitals to repairing ancient landmarks. Competitors would find their bids inexplicably disqualified, their crucial documents lost, or their financial backing suddenly withdrawn. It was a subtle chokehold on the city's economic lifeblood, leaving no fingerprints, only a pervasive sense of inevitability. Waste management was another cornerstone of his empire. He acquired a legitimate waste disposal company, then used his influence to secure exclusive municipal contracts. Soon, it became the only viable option for many businesses and residents. Any attempt by rival companies to enter the market would be met with quiet, bureaucratic roadblocks or sudden, debilitating equipment failures. Illicit waste, often toxic, was then disposed of cheaply in unmonitored sites, saving the syndicate enormous sums while subtly poisoning the land. Money laundering for Paolo was a meticulous, multi-layered operation that dwarfed previous methods. He invested heavily in real estate development, building luxury apartment complexes and commercial centers with syndicate-controlled construction firms, using the laundered money as legitimate investment capital. He also acquired a chain of popular restaurants and hotels, funneling illicit profits through inflated invoices and phantom services. His financial advisors, often respected figures in the city's banking sector, crafted complex international transactions, routing funds through Switzerland, Luxembourg, and beyond, making it nearly impossible to trace their true origin. He even developed a system of cultural investment, quietly purchasing invaluable ancient artifacts and donating them to museums, further solidifying his legitimate image while moving vast sums. The unraveling of Paolo's sophisticated enterprise began not with a dramatic law enforcement operation, but with the quiet persistence of a young, unseasoned prosecutor named Sofia Ricci. Sofia had been assigned a seemingly minor case involving irregularities in a municipal park renovation project. The numbers simply didn't add up, costs were inflated, materials were subpar, and the original contractors had mysteriously pulled out. It was a small thread, but Sofia, with a sharp eye for detail, began to tug. Sofia didn't chase criminals. She chased inconsistencies. She noticed that the same names of shell companies and consulting firms kept appearing across various public projects, always winning, always with inflated costs. She cross-referenced these with land registry documents and corporate filings, meticulously mapping out the intricate web of ownership, a web that seemed to lead back, time and again, to entities loosely associated with Paolo Rossi, a man known for his impeccable reputation. The moment it all truly began to unravel was when Sofia, digging into the waste management contracts, discovered a series of unexplained discrepancies in the tonnage of waste processed versus the revenue generated by Paolo's waste disposal company. The discrepancies were small on a daily basis, but over years, they amounted to millions, strongly suggesting illicit dumping and a massive fraud against the city. More critically, she discovered a subtle, recurring pattern in the bidding process for public contracts. An unusually high number of sole source contracts awarded to a select few firms, all connected by subtle financial ties she could now trace. Sophia presented her findings to a federal anti-mafia judge, outlining not a case of overt violence, but one of systemic economic capture. She demonstrated how Paolo's syndicate had quietly, methodically, and legally, on paper, siphoned off immense public funds, turning city services into private profit centers. The evidence wasn't bloody. It was financial, manipulated spreadsheets, inflated invoices, carefully hidden beneficial ownership documents, and an overwhelming pattern of control over city infrastructure. Paolo Rossi was eventually indicted, not for murder or drug trafficking, but for extensive public fraud, racketeering, and environmental crimes related to illegal waste disposal. His arrest was a quiet affair, occurring while he was giving a lecture at a local university on the economics of urban development. He showed no surprise, only a slight, almost imperceptible nod of acknowledgement. His empire, built on the velvet grip of economic control and the quiet manipulation of bureaucracy, fell not to the roar of a police siren, but to the meticulous, unwavering dedication of a prosecutor who understood that true power and its abuse can often be found not in the shadows, but in the glaring light of seemingly legitimate transactions. In the sprawling American metropolis, a city constantly reinventing its skyline through a perpetual dance of construction and demolition, the late 1980s saw power quietly shift into unforeseen hands. This was the domain of Elias Vance, a man whose unassuming appearance, neatly pressed suits, a perpetually calm demeanor, belied his true influence. To the public, Elias was merely a senior permits officer, a cog in the vast municipal machine. To those truly in the know, he was the quiet grid controller, a silent conductor orchestrating the city's very growth. Elias began his career with an idealistic vision, fresh out of engineering school, eager to contribute to urban development. He quickly rose through the ranks of the city's planning department. His genius, however, wasn't in grand architectural designs, but in understanding the intricate, often frustrating pathways of municipal bureaucracy. He saw the permits, inspections, and utility connections not as mere paperwork, but as powerful choke points. He realized that control over these processes could bring a city to its knees or lift it to new heights for a price. His initial foray into the illicit involved offering expedited services for minor favors, helping struggling small businesses navigate the labyrinthine city hall, quietly accumulating a network of indebted contacts. His criminal strategy was a masterclass in soft coercion and bureaucratic racketeering. He never threatened, never raised his voice. Instead, he weaponized inefficiency. Developers, desperate to break ground on a new skyscraper or shopping mall, would find their vital permits inexplicably delayed, their building inspections postponed indefinitely, or their utility connections inexplicably lost in the system. The financial bleeding for these projects was immense, and soon they understood the unspoken solution. Elias had established a series of legitimate-sounding urban development consulting firms. A generous consulting fee to one of these firms, ostensibly for navigating complex regulations, would magically resolve all bureaucratic hurdles. The construction would then proceed with uncanny speed, while non-compliant projects languished. Power struggles within the city's underbelly rarely involved Elias. While other factions fought over territories and traditional rackets, Elias controlled the very infrastructure they depended on. A rival crime family attempting to expand into waste management or demolition services would find their essential permits denied, their equipment inexplicably failing inspection, or their city contracts mysteriously evaporating. Elias wouldn't send enforcers. He would simply make it impossible for them to build, operate, or expand within the legitimate economy. forcing them to either pay his quiet tithe or withdraw from the most lucrative endeavors. His leverage was the power to stop progress, a more potent threat than any street muscle. Money laundering for Elias was a seamless integration into the city's booming construction industry. The vast sums accumulated from his consulting fees were channeled through his network of legitimate firms. These firms would then submit inflated invoices for architectural reviews, environmental impact assessments, or project management, services that were either entirely phantom or grossly overcharged. He also acquired minority stakes in various construction and material supply companies, funneling money through them by having them supply projects with overpriced materials or phantom labor. The sheer volume of urban development provided perfect cover, blending illicit gains into the dizzying flow of legitimate capital. For nearly 2 decades, Elias Vance's control was absolute yet invisible. He shaped the city's skyline from behind a desk. His influence felt in every poured foundation and every connected utility line. Law enforcement, focused on visible crime, barely registered his existence. He was the quiet hum beneath the roar of the city, seemingly untouchable. The unraveling of Elias's meticulously constructed empire began with a new initiative by the city mayor, a complete digital overhaul of the permitting and urban planning departments aimed at increasing transparency and efficiency. This brought in a fresh wave of data analysts and compliance officers, unburdened by the existing bureaucratic customs. Among them was Lena Petrova, a sharp, data-driven auditor with a background in complex systems. Lena wasn't looking for corruption in the traditional sense. She was looking for patterns of deviation from expected workflow. She noticed that despite the digital reforms, certain categories of permits consistently moved either too quickly or too slowly compared to the statistical average for similar projects. Furthermore, she observed peculiar clusters of associated consulting firm invoices linked to these anomalous permit timings. It was an inconsistency in the flow of information and approvals that caught her eye, rather than just the financial transactions. Her team developed algorithms to map these workflow anomalies, creating a time-lapse of the city's development projects. They discovered that the seemingly disparate expedited projects and delayed projects consistently intersected at a small number of consulting firms and ultimately at the desk of Elias Vance. The digital footprint he had inadvertently left, the subtle acceleration or deceleration he manually triggered in the system, and the corresponding consulting invoices created a traceable pattern. Each digital click, each altered timestamp, once considered insignificant, now painted a clear picture of manipulation. The authorities didn't need to infiltrate a secret lair. They followed the digital breadcrumbs through the city's own databases. When the federal agents arrived at Elias's office, he was quietly reviewing a stack of building plans, a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his face as he surveyed a new skyscraper proposal. He looked up, his expression remaining perfectly calm, as if he had been expecting them all along. His empire, built on the quiet manipulation of the city's very grid, had finally been short-circuited by the relentless logic of data and the inexorable march towards digital transparency. In the shadowy corridors of American politics during the late 1960s, a man named Marcus the Maestro Thorne orchestrated a different kind of power. He wasn't a kingpin of illicit goods, nor did he command a legion of enforcers. Instead, Marcus dealt in influence in the quiet manipulation of democratic processes. From his opulent yet discreet office in a major northeastern city, Marcus built a formidable syndicate that specialized in vote manipulation, union control, and the silent coercion of public officials. His empire was built on a foundation of meticulously cultivated relationships, strategic financial contributions, and the chilling understanding that every person had a price or a secret. Marcus began his ascent not through threats, but through favors. He provided crucial, often untraceable, funding to aspiring political candidates, ensuring their loyalty once they secured office. He used his deep connections within key labor unions to orchestrate strikes or ensure smooth operations, depending on whose agenda he served. His primary business was not merely swinging elections, but rather ensuring that public contracts, zoning changes, and regulatory decisions consistently favored his clients, who were often legitimate business owners seeking an unfair advantage. He laundered money through a network of shell corporations posing as legitimate lobbying firms and political consulting groups, making his illicit gains appear as standard political expenditures. Marcus never resorted to violence. His weapons were the subtle pressure of public opinion, the quiet whisper of a potential scandal, or the strategic timing of a sudden financial withdrawal that could cripple a campaign or a business. Loyalty within Marcus's network was cultivated through a shared sense of power and immense financial reward. He offered his associates unparalleled access and influence, making them feel indispensable. But beneath this veneer of shared success lay a subtle understanding. Marcus knew everything about them. Any deviation from his directives, any independent ambition, would result in a quiet, calculated downfall. A politician might find a past indiscretion resurface just before an election. A union boss might face an unexpected audit from a previously friendly oversight committee. Marcus ensured that betrayal was simply not worth the quiet, inexorable ruin it would bring. Within this intricately woven web, a quiet dissent began to grow in the mind of Clara Vance, Marcus's chief strategist and closest confidant for over 2 decades. Clara was the architect of his most complex schemes, the one who drafted the subtle amendments to legislation and devised the intricate voter registration drives that swung elections. She was brilliant, utterly indispensable, but also growing weary of the moral compromises and the chilling emptiness of power without purpose. She yearned for a life beyond the shadows. Over time, she began to meticulously cross-reference the legitimate-looking financial records with the actual, sometimes unrecorded outcomes, creating a silent personal inventory of the syndicate's true reach. The turning point came with a mayoral election of unprecedented public interest. Marcus, overconfident, pushed Clara to execute a particularly audacious plan to suppress voter turnout in certain districts and inflate numbers in others through a sophisticated absentee ballot scheme. The scale and audacity of the operation troubled Clara deeply, pushing her beyond her ethical boundaries. She saw the potential for the entire structure to become unstable, to finally show a visible crack. Clara, in a quiet act of rebellion, didn't expose Marcus directly. Instead, she anonymously provided a seemingly innocuous data set to an academic research project at a local university, a study focused on urban voting patterns and demographic shifts. This data set contained subtle anomalies in voter registration dates and absentee ballot requests in specific precincts, discrepancies so minor they would be dismissed as statistical noise by most. She made sure the anomalies were just enough to pique academic curiosity, but not so glaring as to immediately signal criminal activity. The data found its way to Dr. Eris Thorne, a young, tenacious political science professor who specialized in quantitative analysis of election data. Dr. Thorne was not looking for crime, but for academic insights into voter behavior. He noticed that in a handful of precincts, the statistical variance in absentee ballot applications defied all known demographic and historical trends. It was a pattern that simply shouldn't exist in normal circumstances. Intrigued, Dr. Thorne expanded his research, pulling more public data, including property records, campaign finance disclosures, and union membership lists, all linked to the anomalous precincts. He wasn't looking for fraud, but for the underlying socioeconomic factors that might explain such unusual voting behavior. The unraveling was a slow, methodical expose, not a criminal indictment. Dr. Thorne's published research paper, detailing the statistically impossible voting patterns in certain key elections, drew the attention of a national investigative journalism team. They picked up on the academic findings and began to dig deeper, connecting the unusual voting spikes to public works contracts, zoning variances, and inexplicable rises in property values in the very neighborhoods Marcus had quietly manipulated. The journalists, with Dr. Thorne's framework as their guide, began to trace the financial and political connections, uncovering the layers of shell corporations, the silent beneficiaries of legislative decisions, and the subtle ways money flowed from legitimate businesses to obscure political action committees. Marcus Thorne, the maestro of votes, was never caught in a dramatic raid. Instead, his empire crumbled under the weight of relentless public scrutiny. A series of scathing newspaper articles, backed by irrefutable statistical and financial analysis, exposed the intricate web of influence, making it impossible for his political allies to remain associated with him. The quiet power he wielded, once his greatest strength, was dissolved by the relentless illumination of truth. His clients quietly withdrew, his political protégés distanced themselves, and his legitimate businesses found their contracts mysteriously drying up. The syndicate of silent votes was undone, not by a single act of violence or betrayal, but by the quiet, methodical analysis of patterns, brought to light by a weary confidant and an academic's pursuit of statistical truth. Arthur Davies was a man who understood foundations, both literally and figuratively. In the bustling construction landscape of London in the 1980s, his company, Davies and Sons Builders, was a name synonymous with reliability. Yet, beneath the veneer of legitimate contracts and gleaming new high-rises, Arthur, known quietly as the architect, had built an empire rooted in the methodical control of an entire industry. He rarely raised his voice, never resorted to overt threats. His power lay in the intricate web of influence he wove through material suppliers, trade unions, and local planning offices. His vision was clear: to own the very ground upon which London was being rebuilt. Arthur's initial ascent was purely legitimate, building a reputation for efficiency. But he quickly recognized the immense financial opportunities presented by subtle manipulations within the complex ecosystem of large-scale development. He began by quietly acquiring stakes in key building material suppliers, ensuring preferential pricing for his own projects and discreetly inflating costs for competitors. He then extended his reach into the powerful trade unions, not through intimidation, but by offering lavish consultancy fees to union officials and ensuring steady, if slightly overinflated, work for their members through his projects. His control over planning permits was similarly subtle, achieved through a constant stream of donations to obscure local government initiatives and the strategic employment of politically connected advisors. Businesses that resisted his unofficial services found their material deliveries perpetually delayed, their workforces mysteriously striking, or their crucial planning applications caught in endless bureaucratic limbo. Arthur simply waited, knowing that time and financial pressure would eventually compel compliance. His primary method of wealth accumulation was a sophisticated form of racketeering disguised as legitimate business overhead. He consistently inflated material costs, billed for phantom ghost employees on union payrolls, and added layers of unnecessary subcontracting fees, all of which served to launder illicit funds through his legitimate projects. The vast sums generated were then quietly absorbed into new property acquisitions, further legitimizing his empire. Loyalty within his firm was maintained through generous salaries and the quiet understanding that Arthur's reach extended far beyond the construction site. Disloyalty was not punished with violence, but with a gradual, suffocating withdrawal of opportunities, a sudden inability to secure new work, or an unexpected tax audit that brought legitimate operations to a grinding halt. Arthur was a master of the quiet chokehold, leaving his adversaries to slowly wither on the vine. For nearly 2 decades, Arthur's empire thrived, a testament to his understated genius. However, a quiet resentment simmered beneath the surface, nurtured in the heart of Frank Riley, one of Arthur's oldest and most loyal foremen. Frank had been with Arthur since the legitimate early days, a man who built things with his hands and prided himself on honest work. As Arthur grew more powerful and distant, Frank felt the soul of the company erode, replaced by quiet corruption. The final straw came when Frank's son, a skilled carpenter, was repeatedly denied entry into the union despite his qualifications. A subtle signal, Frank suspected, orchestrated by Arthur as a reminder of his pervasive control, perhaps for some minor, long-forgotten transgression. Frank, a man of few words, felt a slow burn of quiet fury. Frank didn't seek open confrontation. Instead, he began to meticulously document the subtle inconsistencies he observed on various project sites. The exact number of concrete loads delivered versus the volumes billed, the precise hours his genuine crews worked versus the inflated timesheets. These were not grand secrets, but mundane, technical details easily dismissed by anyone outside the trade. He knew that the key to Arthur's financial manipulations lay in these small, consistent discrepancies. He discreetly passed these observations, anonymously, to a young, tenacious investigative journalist named Eleanor Vance, who was then researching union irregularities for a local paper. He presented them as odd accounting practices. Nothing more. Eleanor, initially overwhelmed by the sheer volume of seemingly dry data, was on the verge of dismissing Frank's tips. But a single detail caught her eye: the consistent overbilling of a specific high-grade concrete mix on a major public housing project. It seemed too precise, too consistent to be random. She shared the obscure details with the forensic accountant she knew, a quiet, analytical woman named Dr. Evelyn Thorne, who specialized in construction fraud. Dr. Thorne, using Eleanor's cryptic notes, began to meticulously compare invoices, material delivery logs, and engineering blueprints. She found that Davies and Sons consistently billed for 10 to 15% more materials than could physically be incorporated into the structures as designed, and that specific union overheads were inexplicably tied to these inflated material costs, not actual labor. The unraveling was a slow, deliberate tightening of a financial noose. Dr. Thorne's detailed report, supported by Eleanor's quiet investigative journalism, led to a civil investigation, not a criminal one at first, focusing on construction fraud and overbilling. Auditors arrived at Davies and Sons, not with sirens, but with calculators and subpoenas. They meticulously compared the physical structures to the financial ledgers, uncovering the vast discrepancy between what was built and what was billed. Arthur Davies, the architect of silence, found his meticulously constructed empire crumbling, not under the weight of a violent confrontation, but under the quiet, relentless scrutiny of numbers, brought to light by the subtle, technical rebellion of a man who just wanted to see his son get a fair chance. In the hushed, velvet-lined auction houses and exclusive private galleries of late 1980s London, where fortunes were exchanged with a quiet nod, a man known only as the artisan, Julian Thorne, operated with surgical precision. Julian was not a common thief nor a blunt instrument of crime. He was a master forger, a quiet savant of art history and materials science, who built his clandestine empire on the subtle art of deception, creating flawless replicas of rare historical documents, antique maps, and forgotten master drawings. His power emanated not from threats, but from the unshakable belief of collectors and experts in the authenticity of his creations. Julian's rise began in the quiet solitude of his studio, a nondescript flat in a cobbled mews. He had an unparalleled eye for detail and an obsessive dedication to historical accuracy. He understood that true forgery wasn't about copying an image, but about replicating the very essence of time, the aged patina of paper, the subtle crackle of old ink, the specific pigments used centuries ago. He started by perfecting small, obscure pieces, slowly building a reputation among a select, discreet clientele who sought items that were either too rare or too difficult to obtain through legitimate channels. He filled gaps in private collections, satisfied academic curiosities, and, most profitably, created newly discovered pieces to inject into the market. His primary criminal strategy was one of exquisite substitution. He rarely stole originals. Instead, he would create a perfect replica, then, through a network of unscrupulous dealers and overly eager collectors, subtly introduce it into circulation as the genuine article. The original, if obtainable, would then be quietly sold off through completely separate channels or simply vanish. The market, desperate for rare finds, often overlooked minor inconsistencies, especially when presented with a compelling narrative of discovery. His genius lay in understanding the psychological biases of experts, their desire to believe in a new discovery, their tendency to focus on broad strokes rather than microscopic details. Racketeering, in Julian's refined world, was about control over provenance and information. He would discreetly approach dealers or collectors who harbored doubts about a piece, or who possessed an authentic item that might expose one of his forgeries. He wouldn't threaten violence. Instead, his intermediaries would subtly hint at damaging rumors regarding the authenticity of their entire collection, or suggest that their legitimate items might face unforeseen legal challenges regarding their origin. Conversely, those who quietly acquired his forgeries found their path smooth, their collections expanding with rare finds, and their reputations enhanced by their astute acquisitions. The coercion was intellectual, a quiet threat to their standing in the rarefied world of art and antiques. Money laundering for Julian was intricately woven into the very fabric of his illicit trade. He owned a small, reputable antique print shop and held silent partnerships in several regional art galleries, all seemingly legitimate. The proceeds from his forgeries, often tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands, for a single newly discovered piece were funneled through inflated sales of legitimate, lower-value items in his shop, or through commission fees paid to shell corporations in the Channel Islands for non-existent consultancy work. He also discreetly invested in rare book collections and historical manuscripts, acquiring them with laundered funds, then periodically selling them through legitimate channels, creating a clean paper trail for his wealth. The financial movements were slow, deliberate, and designed to mimic the often opaque nature of the high-end art market. Julian maintained an almost monastic existence, spending most of his time in his studio, meticulously recreating the past. He cultivated an image of eccentric brilliance, a recluse dedicated to his craft. This reclusiveness served as a perfect shield, keeping him far from the scrutiny of law enforcement, who were largely unequipped to deal with crimes of such subtle intellectual complexity. The unraveling of Julian's meticulously crafted world began not with a direct police investigation, but with the quiet, scholarly persistence of Dr. Evelyn Reed, a renowned art historian specializing in Renaissance drawings. Evelyn had a particular fascination with the provenance of newly discovered works, a field often fraught with academic disputes. She noticed a peculiar pattern. Several recently surfaced drawings, each attributed to different masters and found in disparate locations, shared a subtle, almost imperceptible commonality in their paper type and a peculiar minute flaw in the aging process of their ink, something that defied natural wear. Evelyn didn't suspect a criminal at first. She simply suspected a shared, unacknowledged provenance, perhaps from a single forgotten collection. But as she delved deeper, using new forensic techniques like microscopic analysis of paper fibers and chemical analysis of ink compositions, she uncovered an unsettling consistency. The imperfections were too perfect, too uniform across supposedly disparate centuries and artists. She realized it wasn't a shared history, but a shared creator. The true moment of unraveling arrived when Evelyn, while examining a newly acquired 17th century map, noticed a microscopic inclusion of a synthetic fiber within the paper pulp, a material that simply did not exist in the 17th century. This tiny, uncharacteristic detail, almost invisible to the naked eye, was the definitive anachronism, the subtle signature of the forger. Further chemical analysis of the ink on this map, and then on several other newly discovered pieces, revealed the repeated presence of a specific modern chemical compound used in contemporary ink production, a compound that had been cleverly aged to mimic historical patterns. The commonality pointed to a single, highly skilled hand. Evelyn, with the assistance of a skeptical but intrigued detective from Scotland Yard, meticulously cross-referenced the sale records of these anomalous pieces with the acquisition logs of various art galleries and private collections, eventually drawing a direct line back to Julian Thorne's seemingly legitimate antique print shop. Julian Thorne was eventually indicted, not on charges of violence or grand theft, but for extensive art fraud, conspiracy to defraud, and systematic money laundering. His arrest was quiet, taking place in his Muse studio, surrounded by his tools and his unfinished masterpieces. He offered no resistance, only a faint, almost imperceptible smile, as if acknowledging the elegance of the scientific and scholarly pursuit that had finally exposed his artful deceptions. His empire, built on the quiet mastery of artistic mimicry and the subtle manipulation of historical truth, crumbled not with a loud public outcry, but with the silent, meticulous revelation of a single anachronistic fiber. In the sprawling American metropolis, a city constantly reinventing its skyline through a perpetual dance of construction and demolition, the late 1980s saw power quietly shift into unforeseen hands. This was the domain of Elias Vance, a man whose unassuming appearance, neatly pressed suits, a perpetually calm demeanor belied his true influence. To the public, Elias was merely a senior permits officer, a cog in the vast municipal machine. To those truly in the know, he was the quiet grid controller, a silent conductor orchestrating the city's very growth. Elias began his career with an idealistic vision, fresh out of engineering school, eager to contribute to urban development. He quickly rose through the ranks of the city's planning department. His genius, however, wasn't in grand architectural designs, but in understanding the intricate, often frustrating pathways of municipal bureaucracy. He saw the permits, inspections, and utility connections not as mere paperwork, but as powerful choke points. He realized that control over these processes could bring a city to its knees or lift it to new heights for a price. His initial foray into the illicit involved offering expedited services for minor favors, helping struggling small businesses navigate the labyrinthine city hall, quietly accumulating a network of indebted contacts. His criminal strategy was a masterclass in soft coercion and bureaucratic racketeering. He never threatened, never raised his voice. Instead, he weaponized inefficiency. Developers, desperate to break ground on a new skyscraper or shopping mall, would find their vital permits inexplicably delayed, their building inspections postponed indefinitely, or their utility connections inexplicably lost in the system. The financial bleeding for these projects was immense, and soon they understood the unspoken solution. Elias had established a series of legitimate-sounding urban development consulting firms. A generous consulting fee to one of these firms, ostensibly for navigating complex regulations, would magically resolve all bureaucratic hurdles. The construction would then proceed with uncanny speed, while non-compliant projects languished. Power struggles within the city's underbelly rarely involved Elias. While other factions fought over territories and traditional rackets, Elias controlled the very infrastructure they depended on. A rival crime family attempting to expand into waste management or demolition services would find their essential permits denied, their equipment inexplicably failing inspection, or their city contracts mysteriously evaporating. Elias wouldn't send enforcers. He would simply make it impossible for them to build, operate, or expand within the legitimate economy, forcing them to either pay his quiet tithe or withdraw from the most lucrative endeavors. His leverage was the power to stop progress, a more potent threat than any street muscle. Money laundering for Elias was a seamless integration into the city's booming construction industry. The vast sums accumulated from his consulting fees were channeled through his network of legitimate firms. These firms would then submit inflated invoices for architectural reviews, environmental impact assessments, or project management, services that were either entirely phantom or grossly overcharged. He also acquired minority stakes in various construction and material supply companies, funneling money through them by having them supply projects with overpriced materials or phantom labor. The sheer volume of urban development provided perfect cover, blending illicit gains into the dizzying flow of legitimate capital. For nearly 2 decades, Elias Vance's control was absolute yet invisible. He shaped the city's skyline from behind a desk. His influence felt in every poured foundation and every connected utility line. Law enforcement, focused on visible crime, barely registered his existence. He was the quiet hum beneath the roar of the city, seemingly untouchable. The unraveling of Elias's meticulously constructed empire began with a new initiative by the city mayor, a complete digital overhaul of the permitting and urban planning departments aimed at increasing transparency and efficiency. This brought in a fresh wave of data analysts and compliance officers, unburdened by the existing bureaucratic customs. Among them was Lena Petrova, a sharp, data-driven auditor with a background in complex systems. Lena wasn't looking for corruption in the traditional sense. She was looking for patterns of deviation from expected workflow. She noticed that despite the digital reforms, certain categories of permits consistently moved either too quickly or too slowly compared to the statistical average for similar projects. Furthermore, she observed peculiar clusters of associated consulting firm invoices linked to these anomalous permit timings. It was an inconsistency in the flow of information and approvals that caught her eye, rather than just the financial transactions. Her team developed algorithms to map these workflow anomalies, creating a time-lapse of the city's development projects. They discovered that the seemingly disparate expedited projects and delayed projects consistently intersected at a small number of consulting firms and ultimately at the desk of Elias Vance. The digital footprint he had inadvertently left, the subtle acceleration or deceleration he manually triggered in the system, and the corresponding consulting invoices created a traceable pattern. Each digital click, each altered timestamp, once considered insignificant, now painted a clear picture of manipulation. The authorities didn't need to infiltrate a secret lair. They followed the digital breadcrumbs through the city's own databases. When the federal agents arrived at Elias's office, he was quietly reviewing a stack of building plans, a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his face as he surveyed a new skyscraper proposal. He looked up, his expression remaining perfectly calm, as if he had been expecting them all along. His empire, built on the quiet manipulation of the city's very grid, had finally been short-circuited by the relentless logic of data and the inexorable march towards digital transparency. Arthur Finch was not the kind of man one imagined at the helm of a vast criminal enterprise. He wore bespoke suits, spoke in measured tones, and carried himself with the quiet dignity of a well-respected professional. Unlike the blustering brutes who relied on muscle and fear, Artie, as he was known in certain circles, built his empire with ledgers, shell corporations, and a mind sharper than any blade. His domain was not the smoky backroom, but the meticulously clean offices of the financial world, where he orchestrated illicit gains with the precision of a master conductor. In the bustling post-war landscape of the late 1950s, Artie recognized an untapped frontier: the sheer volume of cash generated by illegal gambling, liquor, and loan sharking operations. Traditional methods of stashing this wealth were crude and risky. Artie offered a solution: laundering. He began small, advising local bookies on how to filter their daily take through legitimate cash businesses. Soon, his reputation grew, not for violence, but for his uncanny ability to make dirty money appear pristine. He acquired a chain of laundromats, then diners, then a portfolio of seemingly modest real estate holdings across several states. Each venture served as a conduit, a discreet funnel for the rivers of illicit cash flowing into his legitimate front companies. The hum of washing machines and the clatter of cutlery became the soundtrack to his burgeoning empire. His method of control was equally subtle. Artie rarely threatened directly. Instead, he preferred a gentle squeeze, a quiet conversation that highlighted vulnerabilities. A struggling business owner might find an unexpected, generous loan from one of Artie's shell corporations, only to discover later that the terms allowed for an escalating series of consulting fees or security services that slowly siphoned off their profits. Defiance was met not with broken bones, but with an unexpected audit, a sudden rise in insurance premiums, or the mysterious withdrawal of credit lines. Artie didn't need to brandish a weapon. He simply pulled the financial rug out from under those who dared to cross him, leaving them to fall quietly into ruin. Beneath the calm surface of Artie's operations, a quiet tension began to brew. Leo Martino, one of Artie's ambitious lieutenants, had grown restless. Leo handled the day-to-day logistics of collection and disbursement, a role that brought him into direct contact with the immense cash flows. He started skimming tiny amounts at first, then growing bolder. Artie, with his finger on the pulse of every financial transaction, detected the discrepancies almost immediately. There was no confrontation, no dramatic outburst. Instead, Artie began to subtly reroute funds, assigning Leo to increasingly peripheral tasks, slowly drying up his access to the main conduits of money. Leo found himself isolated, his once considerable influence eroding with each passing week. The subtle starvation was far more unnerving than any open threat, a quiet, chilling demonstration of Artie's power. Feeling cornered and increasingly irrelevant, Leo sought a quiet form of retribution. He knew Artie was untouchable through conventional means, but he also knew enough about the vast, intricate network of legitimate businesses. Leo anonymously tipped off a mid-level investigator at the Internal Revenue Service about what he described as unusual cash flow in a small chain of diners ostensibly owned by a holding company with a very common name. He provided just enough detail to pique curiosity, not realizing the full implications of his actions. He simply wanted to cause a nuisance, a minor inconvenience for the man who had so quietly dismantled his ambition. The investigator, a meticulous and unflashy individual named Agent Davies, specialized in uncovering tax evasion, not organized crime. Davies saw the tip as a puzzle, a series of numbers that didn't quite add up. He began a slow, methodical audit, tracing deposits, cross-referencing ledger entries, and observing patterns that, in isolation, seemed innocent enough. One small, seemingly insignificant discrepancy in the cash receipts of a diner in Ohio led him to a holding company in Delaware, which in turn led him to a series of other seemingly unrelated businesses, each exhibiting similar, subtle financial anomalies. He wasn't looking for gangsters. He was looking for bad accounting. The sheer volume and quiet consistency of the irregularities were what finally caught his attention. He discovered a meticulously constructed labyrinth, not a single illicit act. The unraveling of Artie Finch's empire was not heralded by sirens or crashing doors. It came through certified letters, a series of subpoenas, and the quiet, polite arrival of federal agents at his immaculately kept office. They carried no weapons, only folders overflowing with spreadsheets and forensic reports. The evidence was not eyewitness testimony or recordings of violent threats, but the undeniable, cold, hard data extracted from his own intricate financial web. Artie sat in his expensive leather chair, watching them work, realizing that the very complexity he had prided himself on had become his undoing. A single, almost imperceptible thread, tugged by a resentful former associate and unraveled by a persistent, unassuming investigator, had brought his quiet dominion crashing down. The fall was as understated and methodical as his rise, a testament to the fact that even the most carefully constructed shadows can be illuminated by the relentless pursuit of truth. Silas Thorne presided over Thorne and Associates, a seemingly reputable financial services firm in a thriving Midwestern city during the early 1960s. From his polished mahogany desk, framed by certificates of community service and philanthropic awards, Silas cultivated an image of a benevolent local financier, a man who helped struggling small businesses and families stay afloat. Yet, beneath this carefully constructed facade, Silas operated a vast and ruthless loan-sharking enterprise, expertly disguised within the legitimate framework of his lending institution. His true power lay not in the interest rates he charged, but in the quiet, insidious leverage he gained over those in desperate need. Silas's ascent began subtly. He identified businesses on the verge of collapse or individuals facing insurmountable medical bills and offered them swift, no-questions-asked loans when traditional banks turned them away. These initial loans, seemingly charitable, carried quiet, exorbitant terms hidden deep within the fine print. When borrowers inevitably struggled to repay, Silas didn't resort to threats of violence. Instead, he offered restructuring options, forcing them to sign over percentages of their future earnings or demanding shares in their businesses. Those who hesitated found their credit lines mysteriously vanished, their suppliers suddenly demanding cash up front, or their personal financial details anonymously leaked to local gossip columns. Silas understood that the fear of public ruin and financial strangulation was far more potent than any physical threat. He didn't break bones. He broke spirits, forcing compliance through quiet, relentless pressure. His primary method of accumulation was a sophisticated form of economic capture. As businesses faltered under his usurious loan terms, Silas would quietly acquire them at pennies on the dollar, integrating them into his growing portfolio of legitimate-looking enterprises, laundromats, diners, even a local newspaper. These acquisitions not only laundered his illicit profits but also extended his reach and influence, creating a self-sustaining ecosystem of quiet control. Loyalty within his inner circle, comprised of shrewd accountants and discreet enforcers who rarely showed their faces, was bought with immense salaries and the implicit understanding that Silas protected them absolutely from the messy realities of the outside world. Disloyalty was met not with overt violence, but with a quiet, financial exile. Bank accounts frozen, credit ratings destroyed, and their ability to ever work in the financial world permanently erased. For years, Silas's system operated with chilling efficiency, an almost invisible web of coercion woven into the fabric of the city's commerce. However, a quiet unease settled in the heart of Eleanor Vance, a meticulous bookkeeper who had worked for Thorne and Associates for nearly 15 years. Eleanor was a woman of quiet routines and an unwavering sense of right and wrong. She processed every loan, every payment, and every restructuring agreement. Slowly, over time, she began to notice patterns that simply did not align with ethical lending practices. The disproportionate number of clients who defaulted despite reasonable initial loan amounts, the sudden, unexplained transfer of ownership of small businesses, and the recurring, substantial consulting fees paid to obscure shell companies. She didn't understand the full scope, but she knew the numbers told a darker story. Eleanor began, without telling anyone, to quietly make copies of specific loan agreements, payment histories, and internal memos, storing them in a locked box at home, a silent archive of her growing disquiet. The turning point came when Eleanor learned that her own elderly aunt, a small bakery owner, had approached Thorne and Associates for a loan to keep her business afloat. Eleanor knew the devastating cycle all too well. It was the personal connection, the fear of seeing her own family fall victim to the silent debt collector, that compelled her to act. She couldn't expose Silas directly, but she could provide a crucial thread. She anonymously sent a single, heavily redacted loan agreement, one that perfectly illustrated the predatory, escalating terms without revealing the borrower's identity, to a local journalist known for her investigative work, Maria Rodriguez. Eleanor included a cryptic note: "Look for the pattern, not the exception, in small business loans." Maria, a tenacious but initially skeptical journalist, saw the single document as potentially a one-off anomaly. However, the sheer, quiet conviction in the anonymous tip intrigued her. She presented the document to a federal agent she knew on background, Agent David Kim, a quiet, analytical man specializing in white-collar crime. Agent Kim, unlike most, possessed an almost obsessive attention to detail. The redacted loan document, with its almost imperceptible financial anomalies, was enough to pique his interest. He began to discreetly gather public records, property transfers, business licenses, and public financial statements related to businesses that had recently changed hands or declared bankruptcy in the city. He wasn't looking for violence, but for financial signatures of duress. The unraveling of Silas Thorne's empire was a slow, methodical process of connecting the seemingly legitimate dots. Agent Kim, supported by a team of forensic accountants, began to map the web of businesses acquired by Thorne and Associates over the past decade. They discovered that nearly every acquired business had first received a loan from Silas's firm, and that the terms of those loans, when examined collectively, revealed a consistent pattern of escalating interest, hidden fees, and coercive clauses that inevitably led to default and acquisition. The evidence was not in confessions, but in the cold, hard numbers. Eleanor, witnessing the slow tightening of the investigation from within, and realizing her silent archive was the definitive proof, anonymously delivered her meticulous copies to Agent Kim, sealing Silas's fate. The silent debt collector was brought down, not by a single act of violence, but by the quiet, relentless pursuit of financial truth hidden in plain sight, illuminated by the moral courage of an unassuming bookkeeper. In the hushed corridors of Zurich's old financial district, where discreet power was wielded through whispers and carefully placed zeros, lived Arthur Finch. To the casual observer, Arthur was an unremarkable man, a senior accounts manager at a reputable private bank, his life as meticulously organized as the ledgers he oversaw. His suits were always pressed, his spectacles perpetually perched on his nose, and his voice a soft, almost hypnotic murmur. Yet, beneath this veneer of quiet competence lay a mind of extraordinary cunning, an architect of illicit finance who had built an empire not with bricks and mortar, but with intricate layers of paper and digital shadows. Arthur's journey into the world of shadow banking began not with a dramatic pact, but with a series of intellectual puzzles. Years ago, a shrewd investor had approached him with an unusual proposition: how to move substantial sums of money across borders without drawing undue attention. Arthur, then a junior analyst with an insatiable curiosity for financial loopholes, saw it as a grand challenge. He devised a system, a labyrinth of shell corporations registered in obscure island nations, intermingled with legitimate art acquisitions and high-value real estate investments in burgeoning European capitals. Funds flowed from one entity to another, each transaction appearing innocuous on its own, a legitimate business expense or a calculated market move. The real genius lay in the sheer volume and complexity, designed to overwhelm and confuse any casual inquiry. This initial success cemented Arthur's reputation among a certain clientele. Soon, his services were exclusively sought by the most powerful criminal enterprises, those who understood that true power lay not in overt violence, but in the quiet, untraceable movement of wealth. He never met his clients in dark alleys, but in sunlit cafes, discussing abstract market trends while coded instructions for millions changed hands. He knew their faces, their preferred aliases, but never their true names or the bloody nature of their origins. He maintained a detached professionalism, viewing their illicit gains merely as raw data to be transformed. Racketeering funds from Naples flowed through Geneva, emerging as legitimate capital in London. Blackmail payoffs from Paris materialized as shares in a seemingly innocuous German manufacturing firm. Arthur was the silent engine of their global reach, his influence radiating through the financial arteries of Europe. For nearly 2 decades, Arthur's system was impregnable. He meticulously updated his complex algorithms, anticipating regulatory changes, devising new obfuscation techniques. His clients trusted him implicitly, for his methods ensured their fortunes remained liquid and untraceable, affording them a level of security no street enforcer ever could. His life remained one of quiet routines, the only indulgence being his collection of rare botanical prints. He felt no remorse, no fear. His work was a grand intellectual exercise, a testament to his unparalleled mastery of finance. The first tremor in his carefully constructed world came not from a raid or an informant, but from a subtle shift in the global financial landscape. International cooperation between law enforcement agencies, once fragmented, began to coalesce. A new generation of financial investigators, armed with advanced data analysis tools, started to look not just at individual transactions, but at patterns across vast datasets. They didn't chase criminals, they chased money. A small, almost insignificant anomaly sparked their interest. A series of seemingly unrelated real estate transactions across 3 different countries, all eventually linked by a single, obscure holding company registered in a remote trust. It was a thread so fine, so delicate, that only the most patient and methodical investigation could have found it. The investigators, a team led by a relentless British financial crimes expert named Eleanor Vance, didn't understand the full picture, but they sensed the quiet hum of something vast and hidden. They began to pull gently at first. They unspooled the holding company, revealing layers of shell entities, each one leading to another, until the trail circled back to a peculiar cluster of accounts managed by a specific private bank in Zurich, Arthur's Bank. Eleanor's team didn't need a witness or a confession. They needed only to follow the numbers. They built a timeline, painstakingly mapping the flow of funds, noticing the same subtle, almost imperceptible fingerprints of Arthur's unique financial architecture. The pressure mounted not with sirens or shouted commands, but with polite, yet firm requests for information from various international bodies. The bank, fearing reputational damage, began to cooperate, providing anonymized data. Arthur, still calm, oversaw the responses, confident his system remained unbreachable. But Eleanor's team was not looking for a single crime. They were looking for the network. One chilly autumn morning, a team of Swiss federal agents arrived at Arthur's office, not to arrest him with a flourish, but to politely request his presence for a routine inquiry. They didn't accuse him. They simply laid out a series of flowcharts, meticulously detailing the interconnected web of transactions, each line a silent accusation. The sheer volume and precision of their data, compiled from years of patient investigation, left him stunned. There was no single piece of incriminating evidence, but the undeniable, crushing weight of 1,000 legitimate transactions, arranged in an utterly illegitimate pattern. Arthur Finch, the quiet architect of ill-gotten gains, watched his invisible empire crumble, not with a roar, but with the quiet rustle of paper, the silent scream of ledgers finally revealing their secrets. The downfall of his criminal enterprise was not marked by gunfire, but by the relentless, methodical pursuit of truth through the language of numbers, a testament to the fact that even the most intricate systems of concealment can be unraveled by patience and quiet determination. In the nascent digital landscape of London at the turn of the millennium, where the internet was still a wild frontier for many, Julian Vance, known to his select clientele as the Architect, operated from an understated office in Mayfair. Julian was not a man of loud threats or physical intimidation. His power resided in the invisible currents of information, the subtle manipulation of public perception, and the chilling certainty that he could, with a few keystrokes, reshape a reputation or derail a fortune. His empire was built on the quiet, insidious art of digital coercion, leveraging the emerging vulnerabilities of the online world. Julian's rise began modestly as a sharp, innovative public relations consultant. He understood the profound shift the internet represented long before many. He saw that information, once confined to print and broadcast, could now spread globally, instantly, and often anonymously. His initial, legitimate work involved managing corporate crises and burnishing public images. But he soon realized the true power lay not just in building, but in subtly dismantling. He began offering reputation management services to high-net-worth individuals and corporations with something to hide or something to gain. His primary criminal strategy was a sophisticated form of digital blackmail and subtle sabotage. He would identify individuals or companies vulnerable to public scrutiny, or those engaged in delicate negotiations like corporate takeovers. He would then approach them, not with an explicit threat, but with an offer to safeguard their public image from potential attacks. If they refused, a drip feed of damaging, often fabricated or exaggerated, information would begin to appear online. Anonymous blog posts, seemingly innocuous forum discussions, obscure news site articles, or even carefully crafted email leaks to minor media outlets. The information was never blatant. It was just enough to sow doubt, to trigger speculation, to create an atmosphere of quiet disgrace that would slowly erode their standing or derail their plans. Racketeering, under Julian's quiet direction, took the form of exorbitant consultancy fees paid by those seeking to protect their reputation or to subtly undermine a competitor. He didn't demand payment. He demonstrated capability. A rival firm's acquisition might inexplicably falter due to a sudden online campaign questioning its ethics. A politician's campaign could be subtly undermined by a resurfaced, out-of-context quote widely circulated on early internet forums. These problems would then vanish, or their severity significantly lessen, once Julian's services were quietly engaged, leaving the victim with no recourse but to pay for the solution to a problem Julian himself had orchestrated. Money laundering for Julian was intricately woven into his legitimate-looking consulting firm. The high fees from his covert operations were disguised as payments for extensive market research, strategic digital campaigns, or crisis communication planning for a rotating roster of anonymous offshore clients. He invested heavily in early-stage tech startups, often acquiring significant stakes with laundered funds, then liquidating them as the startups matured, transforming illicit gains into seemingly legitimate capital appreciation. His financial trails were obscured through multiple layers of shell companies registered in nascent internet havens and complex cross-border transfers, making his wealth appear to be the natural product of a highly successful, pioneering digital consulting empire. Julian's operational security was obsessive. He used burner phones, encrypted communications, and a labyrinth of anonymous proxy servers. His few trusted associates communicated only through secure, one-time channels and were compartmentalized, knowing only their small piece of the larger puzzle. He was a ghost in the machine, his influence undeniable in the fluctuating fortunes of his targets. Yet his presence was fleeting and seemingly untraceable. The unraveling of Julian's meticulously constructed digital fortress began not with a direct police investigation, but with the quiet, obsessive curiosity of a disgruntled former client. Eleanor Vance, no relation to Julian Vance from a previous story, a mid-level corporate executive, had once reluctantly paid Julian to manage a minor scandal. Years later, she noticed an eerily similar pattern of online smear tactics being used against a friend's startup, reminiscent of her own ordeal. Eleanor, deeply ethical and now retired, harbored a quiet resentment towards Julian and a profound suspicion that the problems he solved were often of his own making. Eleanor, with a quiet determination, began to meticulously document every unusual online anomaly, every subtle smear campaign, and every inexplicable corporate downturn that seemed to benefit Julian's known associates. She wasn't a cyber expert, but she had a keen eye for human patterns. She noticed that certain anonymous online accounts, while seemingly disconnected, would consistently initiate the subtle attacks, and that these accounts, despite their varied personas, sometimes used eerily similar phrasing or referenced obscure facts that only Julian could have known. The true moment of unraveling arrived when Eleanor, after months of painstaking digital sleuthing, uncovered a subtle, recurring flaw in the very digital fabric of Julian's operations. A unique, almost imperceptible coding signature embedded in the metadata of the anonymous websites he frequently used for his subtle smear campaigns. It was a tiny, custom error in a specific piece of open-source web design code he had adapted for his anonymous sites, a digital fingerprint he believed was invisible. She also discovered a hidden, encrypted server, accidentally left with a subtle, non-standard port open, which, once accessed, contained a meticulously organized ledger of his clients, operations, and the exact fees paid for his services. Eleanor, armed with this overwhelming digital evidence, presented her findings to a reluctant but ultimately convinced team of Scotland Yard's cybercrime unit. She outlined not a case of violent crime, but a sophisticated, unprecedented scheme of digital blackmail, corporate sabotage, and systematic money laundering that had silently reshaped fortunes and ruined reputations. Her evidence was not in confessions or informants, but in the cold, hard bites of data and the undeniable patterns of digital manipulation. Julian Vance was eventually indicted on dozens of counts of extortion, fraud, and conspiracy to commit money laundering. His arrest was quiet, taking place in his high-tech, minimalist office, where he was found calmly monitoring a financial news feed. He offered no resistance, only a faint, almost imperceptible nod of resignation, as if acknowledging that the intricate, silent dance of digital shadows he had orchestrated had finally, and quietly, been illuminated. His empire, built on the unseen flows of information and the subtle manipulation of public perception, collapsed not with a bang, but with the relentless, patient precision of a former victim who understood that even in the digital realm, nothing is truly invisible forever. In the hushed, intellectual enclaves of New York City during the late 1980s, amidst the soaring towers of finance and media, a different kind of power broker was quietly establishing his domain. Elias Thorne was not a man of brawn or outward intimidation. His strength lay in his mind, his meticulous nature, and his profound understanding of human vulnerability. He was known to some as the Archivist, a seemingly innocuous title for a man who built an empire on the currency of secrets. Elias began his career as a highly respected, if somewhat reclusive, research consultant specializing in corporate due diligence. Companies hired him to vet potential partners, uncover hidden liabilities, or perform competitive intelligence. But Elias possessed a unique talent for unearthing the deeply buried and the intensely private. He saw not just financial risks, but the intricate web of personal indiscretions, past failures, and quiet embarrassments that could compromise an individual. He discovered that information, more than any other commodity, held absolute sway. His transition from legitimate research to clandestine influence was gradual, almost imperceptible. He began to selectively withhold damaging information from clients while using it to subtly gain leverage over the subjects themselves. A struggling CEO facing a hostile takeover might suddenly find an anonymous, detailed dossier on his rival's offshore accounts landing on his desk, implicitly suggesting a similar exchange could be made for a price. That price was rarely cash directly. It was often a quiet investment in a fledgling tech startup Elias secretly controlled, or the inclusion of his security consulting firm in their corporate structure. Elias's criminal strategy revolved around soft coercion and anticipatory blackmail. He wouldn't directly threaten. Instead, he would let the mere existence of his knowledge hang in the air like an unspoken promise of ruin. His network wasn't built on fear of physical harm, but on the terror of exposure. He had an uncanny knack for knowing what secrets would shatter a career, a marriage, or a reputation. He developed a sophisticated system of intelligence gathering, employing a small, dedicated team of former journalists, disaffected private investigators, and tech-savvy individuals who specialized in open-source intelligence and digital forensics long before these fields became mainstream. His office, a nondescript brownstone in a quiet part of Brooklyn, housed an extensive, meticulously cross-referenced archive of files, both digital and physical, on thousands of influential figures. Power struggles within the city's various spheres, politics, finance, even entertainment were opportunities for Elias. He didn't engage in turf wars. He orchestrated them. By selectively leaking partial truths or strategically timed revelations, he could subtly shift allegiances, weaken rivals, and propel his own chosen pawns into positions of influence. A city councilman might suddenly find his past indiscretions whispered in the press just as a crucial zoning vote approached, only for the rumors to mysteriously vanish once he voted Elias's way. No threats were uttered, only the uncanny timing of events, a quiet demonstration of his reach. Money laundering for Elias was a seamless integration into his information business. His consulting fees were exorbitant, but clients paid, knowing the alternative was far more damaging. He acquired struggling legitimate businesses, a small publishing house, a digital archiving service, a boutique investment firm, and funneled his illicit gains through them. These companies, ostensibly providing services, became conduits for funds, overpaying for Elias's research or selling intellectual property at inflated prices to shell corporations controlled by him. The beauty of his system was its self-sustaining nature. The more secrets he collected, the more influence he wielded, and the more legitimate fronts he could acquire. For nearly 2 decades, Elias Thorne operated with impunity. His methods were too subtle, his influence too diffuse for traditional law enforcement to grasp. He left no bloody trails, only whispers and the quiet despair of those trapped in his intricate web. He seemed untouchable, a phantom behind the curtain, always one step ahead. The unraveling, when it finally began, came from an unexpected source, the sheer volume of his own meticulous work. Elias had a cardinal rule: archive everything, no matter how insignificant. Among the countless files was a forgotten folder, physically stored in a secure, off-site location, related to a seemingly minor blackmail operation from his early days. The target then was a promising young prosecutor, coerced into dropping an investigation into a small-time real estate fraud. Elias had kept a seemingly innocuous piece of physical evidence from that case, a torn page from a specific limited edition local historical society newsletter detailing the prosecutor's family connections to the fraud. He kept it not for future use, but as a testament to his own thoroughness. Years later, that same prosecutor, now a hardened federal agent leading a new task force on sophisticated white-collar crime, began investigating a pattern of unusual financial transactions tied to several struggling businesses that had mysteriously rebounded. His team, utilizing cutting-edge pattern recognition software, noticed a recurring, almost imperceptible digital signature across various corporate filings and obscure online publications, a unique linguistic quirk, a specific phrase Elias often used in his manipulated documents. This led them to Elias's research firms. What truly broke the case, however, was a cold case review of that old real estate fraud. A junior analyst, re-examining old evidence, stumbled upon the very newsletter page Elias had archived. The digital forensic team, cross-referencing this physical clue with Elias's recently flagged digital signature, found an unexpected match. They realized the signature wasn't just a pattern. It was Elias Thorne's distinct and consistent writing style, embedded in documents spanning years. The physical paper trail, combined with the subtle digital fingerprint he had inadvertently left across his vast archive of coerced documents and manipulated financial records, created a link that even Elias couldn't break. The very thoroughness that had been his greatest asset became his undoing. When agents finally arrived at his quiet brownstone, they found him surrounded by his files, just as he preferred. There was no drama, only the soft click of keyboards as agents began to digitally dismantle the intricate web he had so carefully spun. The archivist, caught in the threads of his own vast, meticulously catalogued secrets, finally faced the truth he had so long held over others. Vincent Moretti was, to all outward appearances, a pillar of the community. In the bustling East Coast city of the 1990s, he was known as a shrewd real estate developer and a generous patron of the arts, schools, and hospitals. His annual charity galas were the highlight of the social calendar, attracting politicians, business leaders, and celebrities. Yet, behind the glittering facade of philanthropy, Vincent Moretti orchestrated a sophisticated web of racketeering and financial manipulation, using his seemingly legitimate enterprises and charitable foundations as conduits for illicit gain and quiet control. He was the quiet king of the city, not through overt threats, but through the subtle leverage of obligation and the strategic placement of his donations. Moretti's ascent began not with violence, but with calculated investment. He acquired struggling construction companies and waste management firms, rehabilitating them into ostensibly successful enterprises. These companies, however, were merely fronts for his true genius, controlling city infrastructure contracts. Through carefully placed political donations to mayoral campaigns and council members, always channeled through a labyrinth of PACs and nonprofit organizations he secretly controlled, Moretti ensured that his companies consistently won lucrative public works bids. Kickbacks were disguised as consulting fees to shell corporations, and inflated costs were buried deep within complex subcontracting agreements. Businesses that resisted his services, whether for waste removal or construction, found themselves mysteriously entangled in red tape, facing sudden permit issues, or experiencing unexpected supply chain disruptions. Vincent didn't need to break legs. He simply slowed the wheels of progress until compliance became the only sensible option. His method of ensuring loyalty was equally insidious. He cultivated a reputation as a benevolent benefactor. A politician facing a tough re-election campaign might find a timely, anonymous donation to their super PAC, or a struggling community center might receive a substantial grant from one of Moretti's charitable trusts. These acts of generosity created a powerful, unspoken bond. Those who accepted his largesse found themselves quietly indebted, subtly compelled to return the favor when his legitimate businesses needed a zoning variance, a regulatory bypass, or a particular city contract. The coercion was soft, almost imperceptible, built on the slow erosion of moral lines rather than open intimidation. Within Moretti's tightly controlled network, a quiet disquiet grew in the heart of Elena Ramirez, his chief financial officer for nearly a decade. Elena was the architect of his intricate money laundering schemes, the one who meticulously crafted the false invoices and managed the dozens of offshore accounts. She was brilliant, indispensable, and increasingly burdened by the ethical compromises her work demanded. Elena had started as a naive, ambitious accountant, drawn by Moretti's charm and the promise of wealth. But over the years, she had witnessed the subtle corruption spread like a silent disease, realizing that every charitable donation and community project was merely a thread in a vast web of control. She began to subtly encrypt certain internal documents beyond Moretti's general access, creating a separate personal archive of the true financial flows, a quiet act of rebellion. The catalyst for the unraveling came not from a dramatic event, but from a change in the political landscape. A new district attorney, Sarah Chun, swept into office on an anti-corruption platform determined to untangle the city's entrenched political patronage. Unlike her predecessors, Chun was not interested in street-level crime. Her focus was on white-collar malfeasance and the opaque world of campaign finance. She assembled a small team of financial forensic auditors, quiet individuals who specialized in tracing money through complex legal structures. One of these auditors, a young, unassuming woman named Emily Thorne, was tasked with reviewing campaign finance disclosures and tax filings of major local charities and PACs, a seemingly mundane administrative assignment. Emily, with her methodical nature, noticed a recurring pattern that others had overlooked. A disproportionate number of public works contracts were awarded to companies that consistently made large, indirect donations to the same select few political candidates, always channeled through a specific network of ostensibly independent charitable foundations. She wasn't looking for direct bribes, but for the statistical anomaly of financial favor. Emily's breakthrough came when she cross-referenced the financial records of Moretti's largest charitable foundation with the construction bids. She noticed that the foundation, which claimed to focus on underprivileged youth, was receiving unusually large donations from the very same subcontractors that were consistently chosen for Moretti's major city projects, even when their bids weren't the lowest. It wasn't illegal on its face, but the pattern was too consistent to be coincidence. When she started digging into the foundation's expenditures, she found that a significant portion of the money went not to youth programs, but to administrative fees and consulting services for shell companies that traced back to Moretti's inner circle. The unraveling was a slow, deliberate tightening of a financial noose. Emily's findings, quietly presented to DA Chun, led to a grand jury investigation, not into violence or direct racketeering, but into campaign finance violations, tax evasion, and conspiracy to defraud the city. The evidence wasn't a smoking gun, but a mountain of meticulously analyzed financial data. Subpoenas arrived at Moretti's offices, requesting years of accounting records. His legitimate businesses, once impenetrable, were subjected to relentless forensic audits. Elena Ramirez, seeing the walls close in and recognizing that her encrypted archives held the definitive proof, quietly delivered her hidden files to the investigators, sealing Moretti's fate. The philanthropist's hidden hand was finally exposed, not by a dramatic raid, but by the quiet, persistent pursuit of financial truth. In the opulent yet discreet financial districts of Zurich and Geneva in the late 1990s, where numbered accounts and banking secrecy were sacrosanct, a man named Adrian the banker Haas was a silent titan. He wasn't a criminal in the conventional sense, nor did he issue threats or wield any visible power. Adrian was a distinguished private banker, impeccably dressed, with an air of unflappable discretion, whose true expertise lay in the masterful art of financial obfuscation. His empire was built on providing the ultimate service to the world's illicit elite, making dirty money vanish and reappear, utterly clean and untraceable. Adrian's ascent began within the highly regulated, yet surprisingly porous, Swiss banking system. He possessed an extraordinary understanding of international financial regulations, cross-border tax treaties, and the subtle nuances of corporate law in various jurisdictions. He recognized that while traditional money laundering often left crude trails, A truly sophisticated operation could leverage the very legitimate structures of global finance to create an impenetrable labyrinth. He started by offering creative investment solutions to wealthy clients whose funds had ambiguous origins, quickly earning a reputation for his unparalleled ability to make problems disappear. His primary criminal strategy was the mirror company scheme. He would establish identical shell corporations in multiple countries, for instance, one in Panama, another in the British Virgin Islands, and a third in Liechtenstein, each appearing to be involved in legitimate business like international trade or intellectual property licensing. Funds would be moved between these entities through a complex series of seemingly legitimate loans, investments, and service fees, creating a dizzying, untraceable flow. The money would then enter the Swiss banking system through a series of back-to-back loans, where the illicit funds were used as collateral for a legitimate loan, effectively divorcing the money from its criminal origin. Racketeering, in Adrian's refined world, was about controlling financial access and information. He would discreetly approach legitimate businesses or individuals with minor financial irregularities or tax problems, offering his discreet financial restructuring services. The unstated understanding was that once they entrusted their funds to him, they became utterly dependent on his network to keep their secrets. Any attempt to withdraw or transfer funds outside his carefully managed ecosystem would be met with inexplicable delays, unexpected audits, or even the subtle threat of anonymous tips to tax authorities. He built a silent, pervasive control over his clients' financial lives, ensuring their loyalty through the sheer impossibility of disentangling themselves. Money laundering, for Adrian, was not merely a service, it was a bespoke financial architecture. He acquired stakes in several high-end art dealerships, luxury watch manufacturers, and even exclusive resort properties across Europe. These served as perfect exit points for the newly laundered funds. Clients could invest in these legitimate ventures, purchasing high-value assets with their now clean money, or simply draw upon legitimate-looking dividends. The sheer volume of transactions, combined with the impenetrable layers of offshore trusts and corporate veils, made his operations almost immune to conventional financial forensics. He even used the burgeoning digital currency market in its early days, subtly converting laundered fiat currency into nascent cryptocurrencies, then back again, adding another layer of untraceability. Adrian's power was in his utter discretion. He rarely met clients directly, preferring to communicate through highly encrypted channels and trusted legal intermediaries. He left no paper trail that could directly link him to illicit funds, only a perfectly curated professional facade. He was the ghost in the global financial system, his influence felt in the quiet wealth of his clients, yet his presence was fleeting and untraceable. The unraveling of Adrian's meticulously constructed financial fortress began not with a direct investigation into money laundering, but with the quiet, persistent frustration of a brilliant, albeit unorthodox, financial intelligence analyst named Marcus Thorne, no relation to Elias Thorne from a previous story. Marcus worked for a newly formed international task force focused on detecting global financial anomalies, rather than specific criminal activities. He was fascinated by the inexplicable wealth of certain individuals who seemed to have no discernible legitimate income source, yet lived lives of extreme luxury. Marcus didn't target individuals. He targeted patterns in global financial flows, using cutting-edge data analysis software to map connections that were invisible to the human eye. He noticed a peculiar phenomenon, unusually large sums of money originating from high-risk jurisdictions, flowing through multiple layers of shell companies, and then consistently entering the legitimate financial system through a specific small network of Swiss private banks, always managed by the same handful of seemingly independent, low-profile fund managers. The money would then quickly diversify into luxury assets and legitimate businesses, leaving a remarkably clean trail. The true moment of unraveling arrived when Marcus, after months of algorithmic pattern recognition and painstaking manual verification, identified a recurring, almost mathematical signature in the financial movements. A precise timing and sequencing of transactions that was too perfect, too efficient to be truly organic. This pattern, once isolated, consistently led back to accounts managed by Adrian Haas's private banking division. More critically, Marcus found that a specific, rarely used clause in a bilateral tax treaty was being systematically exploited, allowing certain types of funds to be transferred with minimal scrutiny, a loophole only a select few were aware of. He also uncovered a network of encrypted digital ledgers, secretly maintained by Adrian's inner circle, that meticulously tracked the true, illicit origins of the funds, meant as a fail-safe for Adrian but ultimately his undoing. Adrian Haas was eventually indicted on dozens of counts of money laundering, wire fraud, and conspiracy to commit financial crimes across multiple jurisdictions. His arrest was as discreet as his operations. He was apprehended in his elegant Zurich office, calmly reviewing financial statements, a faint, almost imperceptible nod of resignation on his face. His empire, built on the quiet mastery of financial secrecy and the subtle manipulation of global regulations, collapsed not with a bang, but with the relentless, patient precision of an analyst who understood that sometimes the most profound irregularities are hidden not in chaos, but in patterns that are simply too clean. Marek Volkov moved through the newly independent landscape of Eastern Europe in the early 1990s like a phantom, leaving no discernible trace. As the old Soviet structures crumbled, a vacuum emerged, ripe for those who understood the true value of information. Marek, an unassuming man with eyes that seemed to absorb every detail, built his empire not on concrete or cargo, but on whispers and hidden truths. His wealth was not measured in gold bullion, but in the meticulously curated dossiers he amassed, detailing the indiscretions, vulnerabilities, and secret desires of the region's burgeoning elite. His power emanated from knowing everything and revealing only what served his quiet agenda. His rise began with a modest consultancy firm, ostensibly offering corporate intelligence and risk assessment to foreign investors navigating the chaotic market. In reality, Marek was brokering a different kind of commodity. He employed a network of disaffected former intelligence agents, resourceful journalists, and brilliant, financially struggling data analysts. Their task was to gather information, illicit currency movements, hidden offshore accounts, compromising photographs, and hushed political alliances. Marek never used violence. Instead, he leveraged. A struggling industrialist might find a critical loan suddenly approved after Marek's quiet advice to a bank executive. A rising politician might discover a damaging scandal from their past conveniently suppressed after a discreet meeting with Marek's intermediaries. His control was based on the simple, chilling knowledge that he possessed the key to their past, present, and future. Loyalty within Marek's circle was forged through a unique blend of fear and unparalleled opportunity. He paid his people handsomely, far more than they could earn elsewhere, and provided them with an almost intellectual challenge in uncovering secrets. But beneath the surface of professional deference lay the unspoken understanding that Marek held the deepest secrets of his own employees too. Any whisper of disloyalty, any hint of independent ambition would result in not a physical threat, but a meticulously orchestrated ruin. A strategically leaked piece of information, a quiet word to the tax authorities, or the sudden public exposure of a deeply buried personal flaw. Marek was the silent puppeteer, and his strings were invisible but unbreakable. Among his most brilliant and ambitious lieutenants was Anya Petrova, a young data forensics expert with an almost preternatural ability to trace digital footprints. Anya had meticulously built the secure databases where Marek's vast trove of information was stored, and she understood the architecture of his empire better than anyone, perhaps even Marek himself. She admired his genius but resented his stifling control. Anya began, quietly, to duplicate certain key dossiers, creating a shadow archive for herself. She wasn't planning an immediate betrayal, but rather a future leverage, a silent insurance policy. She believed Marek's reliance on purely human sources was becoming outdated. The future, she knew, lay in raw, untraceable data. The subtle shift in power dynamics began to ripple when Anya, driven by a desire to prove her own capabilities and perhaps to accelerate the network's reach, started to initiate small, unauthorized information interventions. She subtly manipulated market sentiment by leaking carefully curated, partially true financial rumors, or nudged political outcomes by anonymously publishing embarrassing but verifiable details about minor figures. These were not Marek's measured, precise operations. They were faster, bolder, and left a faint but detectable digital signature. Her actions, though seemingly minor, created a subtle disturbance in the global financial and political ether. An international anti-money laundering task force, monitoring cross-border financial flows, began to notice a series of unusual market fluctuations tied to seemingly unrelated political controversies originating from this region. They weren't looking for Marek Volkov, but for patterns of manipulative behavior. A meticulous forensic analyst named Inspector Dubois, reviewing a mountain of data, identified a recurring, almost imperceptible digital fingerprint in the flow of information, a unique metadata signature embedded in certain public domain documents, news articles, and financial reports that seemed to correlate with the observed market anomalies. The unraveling was not a dramatic raid, but a quiet, methodical process of digital triangulation. Inspector Dubois and his team began to trace the unique digital fingerprint, following the faint breadcrumbs across encrypted networks and public servers. They found that these digital trails consistently led back, not to a specific person or organization directly, but to a complex web of seemingly legitimate information service companies, all connected by subtle, shared digital infrastructure. Anya, watching the investigation from within, realized that her bolder moves had created the very signature that was now being traced. Fearing exposure and seeing a path to her own salvation, she made a decisive move. She anonymously uploaded a small, encrypted file to a public data sharing site, making it appear as an innocuous research dataset. This file, however, contained the metadata mapping that connected the unique digital fingerprint to Marek's primary servers and, crucially, to the specific financial accounts associated with his consultancy. Marek Volkov's empire did not fall with a roar, but with a sudden, profound silence. His encrypted communication channels went dead. His offshore accounts were quietly frozen. His consultancy was served with asset forfeiture orders and subpoenas based not on intercepted conversations or witness testimony, but on irrefutable digital evidence meticulously traced by Inspector Dubois and subtly amplified by Anya's desperate act of self-preservation. The man who had controlled everything through information found his own carefully guarded secrets, once his ultimate weapon, turned against him, revealing the invisible threads of his vast and silent dominion.